What?
Awkward.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another Westerosi weekend. I promise that's just regular coffee that my wife is giggling into. She did not spike it. She's just like that because she's so happy to be here. So welcome back to another Sea of Spears Sunday. It's good to be back, and we are looking forward to picking up with the wedding arc continuing. So far, House Nymerian has handled a flurry of betrothals and announcements, and the second daughter, Bela, has become Bela Swan. Nay Nymerian? Is it Nay? Do they do Nay for like a in real life?
I don't know
Is
how
it
you
the-
pronounce it, but it's like an N-E-E with like an accent over the
Yeah,
first.
Right?
Nay.
They do that for your maiden name. So,
Mhm.
anyways, but she is married to Sir Balin Swan of House Swan in the Stormlands, and then the kids took a road trip, and they traveled up, and they met their youngest brother's potential betrothed. He was like, I don't know, she got that booty dough, so maybe she's back on the list.
This was a surprising but accurate description of what happened.
Yeah, that's basically how the conversation went, as I recall.
That's
Depends on how
what I
you're defining,
remember going at all.
depends on how you're defining booty, I guess.
And he yelled, "Back on the list!" as he walked off. It was a little out of character at the time, but we have since learned to understand it was perfectly in character.
So that's how that conversation happened. And then they finally traveled up all the way through the rest of the Riverlands, and they've made their way to the Twins, which is the seat of power of House Frey, who is led by Lord Walder Frey, who is closer to 100 than most. And he is the wrong side of like 80. He's working on, I believe, his sixth wife, sixth or seventh now. And he has been a perfect gentleman as he hosted the party mostly by ignoring them. Like that's how everybody got along so well so far. And also, they were distracted by some of the other guests. There are a whole host of other Freys here, the sons and grandsons of Lord Walder. There's a small gathering of Frey bannermen, House Hay, Viprin, Charlton, Aaronford. There's all kinds of guests, some Brackens and some Blackwoods. Um, and those two are only natural because the groom at this wedding is the childhood friend and ward of this group, Sir Vannon Rivers, who is a bastard of houses Bracken and Blackwood, and who is marrying one of the daughters of Lord Walder Frey. So, there's a pretty big host of Riverlanders, but there is also a handful of Westerlanders that kind of caught the eye of the young scions of House Nymerian as they're hanging out with their acquaintance, Sir Lyle Crakehall, the strong boar, who was several months ago, actually most of a year now, a guest at Adam Nymerian's named attorney, and then the vivacious and bodacious Gemma Frey, once Gemma Lannister, and more notably, her nephew, Tyrion Lannister, that the party finally ran into, who was drinking with the siblings' uncle, Orain Waters, the bastard of Driftmark, and Mr. Lynn Corbray. Da-da-da. The bad boy of
Mr.
the
rather
van.
than Mr.
Da, da, da.
What you call him is between you and Lynn, Ash. The rest of us don't consider it. Do you guys like that? I set him up for that, just like, bam! Yeah,
You're a rotter.
I am. So, as we left off last episode, we handled kind of the meal the night before the wedding, as the most distant guests had arrived, and a lot of the other Riverlanders had already kind of gathered and eaten inside, and it retired to their own areas. So they were hanging out with the Lannisters, with Uncle Orain, with Sir Lynn, and with Tyrion Lannister. Uh, and then, as the party retired for the night, a knight retired with your little brother. Unbeknownst to the rest of the group, Sir Lynn Corbray violently but romantically accosted Adam on his way to bed. And we left with a tasteful fade to black.
Who did a smooch?
That's not
Yes,
how my
there was-
fanfic goes.
There was a kiss, and more. And so, we're going to pick up the next day. There is, early in the morning, a bit of clatter from the yard, as some of the knights are sparring with one another and just kind of, doing what knights do, even though there's not a tourney at this wedding. Some of the knights are still just going to kind of hang out and flex on each other. So there's a bit of a ruckus in the yard. There's the hubbub of just a large castle full of people. So there's servants coming and going. There's conversations out in the courtyard, and in some of the hallways. There's a lot of movement with all these guests, but nobody comes and fetches you lot. You know that the wedding is supposed to be late this afternoon, and that's about it. There aren't a lot of
They have no
host.
scheduled events.
Yeah,
Nothing
there's
like
not
that.
a lot of host activities going on. Lord Walder isn't, taking everybody out for a ride in the countryside, or doesn't have a hunt going or anything like that. He's just like, listen, you get to eat some of my bread and salt. You get to eat a couple of my meals, and
Drink my watered down wine.
yeah, I'm not charging you people to cross my bridge this time. This is awful. But he's not
Free
kinda,
half bridge crossing. Why don't you go back the way you came?
yes, yeah. So but he's not got stuff going on. So it's just um, the equivalent of about, say, half a small army from the number of lords and knights that are visiting and brought their retinues, and particularly the Brackens and the Blackwoods, who both bring bigger retinues than most, probably because they're spying on each other and making sure, both of them are like, oh, they're bringing 50 men, we'll bring 60, right? And they're kind of competing with one another. So about half of the people in the keep right now are Brackens or Blackwoods, or most of them are, they're men at arms and stuff. But yeah, Walder didn't schedule anything to fill that idle time and keep anyone occupied. So, who thinks they're probably going to wake up first? Young scions of House Nymerian. Who wants to go first and just kind of describe, their character, remind everybody who they are, and what do they think they're getting up to as they wake up?
I'll go first. I'm Erica, and I'm playing Bela Swan, and I'd be up pretty early. I don't know if exactly first, but early enough to get dressed and probably join the commotion that I hear in the yard, and do some sparring. Be interesting to practice a bit against some people maybe I haven't fought against before. So
Yeah, and it's easy to spot the strong boar. He kind of stands out, especially in this crowd where there isn't Renly or Oris or the Queen of Thorns bodyguards left and right that are all looming his size or even larger. So the Kraykall kind of dominates the yard, and he is just kind of chuckling merrily while bashing people with a wooden sword. And he's just having a good old time. And he's starting to taunt them about, when when the golden lords of the Westerlands were kings, they surely must have held all the way up to this river, if this is how Riverlanders fight. And he's just battering a couple dudes at a time.
That's a history jab.
Yeah, and just having a good time. He's currently fighting against, let's go with Hostine Frey, who, if anyone here is of a size with the Strongboar, it's him.
Oh.
His mother was a Crakehall.
Oh.
So he's got that burliness in his blood.
I was just thinking, how did Frey manage to feed a kid enough to grow that big?
Yeah. So he's, doing better than most you imagine against the Strongboar. He's another just, big, burly guy with this huge lantern jaw and, very squared off face and blocky and broad shoulders. And his arms are, pretty good size and stuff, but he still looks like half a Crakehall compared to the Strongboar, who's the Crakehalliest of them. So he's,
Crakeholly?
I love that as an adjective.
right?
Right?
Yeah, there's lots of
Full Crake.
yes, lots of house names work as adjectives here. Much like little Robert Frey is the least Freyish, right? Like
Right.
everybody immediately knows what I mean. So yeah, there's some brawn and brawn versus brawn going on over there. Sir Donald Hay, recently a champion of Adam's tourney, is gangling about nearby with his brother Harris and their father, Sir Leslin Hay, the Knight of House Hay. They're chatting with Lord Lucius Viperin and his son, Sir Damon. It looks like they already took their turn against the Crakehall, and they're just kind of a rotating group of people. They're kind of getting battered around, and then taking 5, and then they put their quarters on the machine, and they're up next, right? You don't see Tyrion Lannister down here taking part, perhaps unsurprisingly.
What is thing, really?
Unsurprising.
Nor do you see Uncle Orain. Lynn Corbray takes a moment to be recognized, but he's leaning cool guy style against a courtyard wall and just watching and smirking, and you're not sure if he's sizing up potential rivals or if he's just, enjoying, watching somebody else get hurt, or, if he's napping. He could be napping. Who knows? But then, also not quite taking part, it is easy to spot that despite this kind of fracas in the middle of the courtyard, there's a lot of blackwoods off on one side of the yard and a lot of brackens on the other. And their men-at-arms are squared off, bracken versus bracken, and they're taking a couple whacks at each other's shields, but then there's lots of glaring across the yard as blackwoods and bracken are staring backsy forthseas. So that's the general situation in the yard. The folks that don't care, they're kind of in the middle, just having a good time with the Strongboar. And then otherwise, you get the impression that the brackens and the blackwoods were racing to be up first, because you can't trust the perfidious rivermen of the other rivermen, right? And they needed to be up before their rivals, and right. So, so that's the situation. Just lots of men-at-arms and knights in a yard, lots of them eyeing each other warily.
Well, I will take and put my quarter on the proverbial table to line up for my morning ritual like the other knights have, and not expecting to do much better, I'm afraid, but putting it in for getting my lumps as well, and then maybe breaking off for someone else, maybe one of the Hays or some other knight that might be around, some Frey per chance. I don't know.
Yeah, and the bad news is it's not a joust.
Yeah.
You don't get to bring a horse and stuff like that. It's just fighting somebody that is, close to twice your size, um, with a sparring weapon to match. Um, that said, the Strongboar is a pretty good sport about it. He's not uh, out to hurt people in the sparring. Sometimes at tourneys, less honorable knights will do that sort of thing. They're like, let's warm up. And then they like aim for the joints, right? And like, he's not. He's just out to kind of wake up, limber up, exercise, batter someone besides his brothers and men at arms. So let's go ahead and sling a couple dice, though.
Okay.
And let's just kind of see how things go. So go ahead and just whatever your main fighting pool is.
Yeah.
Let's get those out.
Yeah. No spear specialties, just the fighting.
Yeah. We're just because it's not
Yeah.
full technique. No Valyrian steel bonus.
Yeah.
Just,
yeah.
fighting versus fighting. We'll keep it kind of simple
Okay.
here.
It's for fun.
Yeah, it's technique, not brawn in theory. Okay. Well. What's your total?
I have 19.
Cool. His highest die was a 2, and he had one of them.
Oh, ew.
This was an absurd roll.
Wow.
He got a 6 on 5 dice.
Wow.
So, it could be that the Krakow's having trouble adjusting to your quickness, because you are faster, certainly than Hostine Frey, his most recent opponent. It could be that the Krakow's been at this a while, but he is just not able to land any clean shots. He gets a couple of blows that, glance off your armor, but you're able to angle it so that it's the armor at the thickest points. It's right on the armored shoulder pads, and nobody's like all the way armored up. It's Gambison,
Yeah.
stuff like that. But everybody can tell like none of those are clean hits, and you're just able to touch and touch and touch and touch, and then eventually after another flurry, as you both kind of backpedal away and get ready to go, he just leans against his wooden training sword, like forearms on the cross guard. I just enough. What everyone says about the Dornish women are true. They do have 2 ways to wear a man out.
I'll give him a big grin and say, oh shoot, I'll play into his innuendo, something to do with outside of the heavy armor, and it's slipping my mind at the moment.
The less you're wearing, the better, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, fine. I do remember the visit fondly. No disrespect intended, milady. I meant to imply nothing betwixt us.
None
and-
taken.
But
All in
Seven
good
Kind of
Hells.
fun.
flat footed again.
But he's like, 7 Hells. I mostly saw you tilt. When you were fighting afoot, I was equally distracted, but you're slippery as a Dornish goat's ass, or slippery as an eel. Ah, yes, an eel.
Oh,
I'd be asking, just how slippery is a goat's ass?
I think he didn't put very many points into wordsmithery.
well, I believe you'll find a few Kingsguard who will find that I bested them in King's Landing on foot.
Marin cunt.
Yeah.
Well, somebody else go. And he kind of trundles off to one side and hollers, and a page brings him some weak wine. No one's drinking the strong stuff until the feast, if Lord Walder has any say in it. And B, it's early enough in the day. It's more for hydration than drunkenness. Let's say you've kind of got your pick. There's, like I said, the handful of haze and vibrins hanging about. But also, there is a whole yard full of brackens and blackwoods. Lord Tytos Blackwood is there with all of his sons except for Sir Vannon. He does have a bunch of them. Three of them, Brendan, Lucas, and Hoster, are all of sparring age.
Go
It
beat
would
'em
not
up.
be,
Mhm.
and honestly, Edmund as a squire is 12 or 13. Like you could probably
You're beating him
honor
up too.
him with some sparring if you wanted. But yeah, he and his sons are about. On the Bracken side, you do see Lord Jonos, who is almost as broad and thick as the Strongboar. He's not as tall, not as just overall big, but he's a very burly, kind of squat fellow. Um, and he's actually wearing part of his like gray steel plate.
Oh,
Like he's got like the breastplate and stuff on, not like full armor, but he is actually wearing. You'd say it's breastplate or a little less mechanically, and so is Lord Tytos. Lord Tytos Blackwood on the other side of the hall is wearing part of his bright yellow armor with this jet. Uh, Again, you suspect the armor is being worn as an insult to their counterpart of, like, I can trust you so little, sir, right? So those two are partially armored. Everybody else is in gambits and stuff, um, but yeah. So you could, if you wanted, wave over a bracken or blackwood to try and maybe ease some tension or catch their eye or whatnot.
Lord Tytos is the one that invited us, correct? Blackwood.
Um, I think, yeah, the formal invitation came from his son. Uh, was it Brendan or Lucas that was at the?
Ooh,
Sorry, 1 second.
yeah.
It was Lucas, his second
Okay.
trueborn son. He's the one that invited you to Vanon's wedding, and then as a bannerman of House Frey, it was um, Donald Hay that invited you to the twins. Right? It was kind of a co-invitation. Uh,
Okay.
But yes, it was House Blackwood that
Well,
levied the invitation.
then I will motion to Blackwood to come over and spar and uh, thank him for the invitation.
Yeah, Lord Tytos eats up the distance with these long legs of his. He is tall. You certainly see where Vannon gets it from. And he does have these white streaks in his hair that are a little deceptive because he is, 40, maybe mid 40s, not much older, but he's got these very stark white streaks in his hair that almost give him a badgery striped appearance. Like it's just a very notable clash of colors. Um, but yeah, he's very polite while sparring with you, and he's got this long, lanky swordsman build with all the reach that the Strongboar had, but he's quicker. And he's also a lot more defensive. Like you can tell, he's mostly here for the conversation. So you get, of course, it was my honor to invite House Nymerian, and the least I could do after you saw to Vannon for so long. Clang, clash,
Mm-hmm.
assume there's a bit of back and forth going on while conversating.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I'll basically just do pleasantries. Like it was, fun growing up with Vannon and going out into the hills and the woods and riding and sparring and training.
Giving each other awkwardly longing glances.
Leaving that part out, of course.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just.
Full trust.
And I'll probably like right around the time where we finish, probably just bring up that it was an honor to see him knighted at our home at Wyvern's Rest.
And he'll kind of back off at that to make it clear that like the sparring's done. He gives you a quick salute and then a nod. He goes, "It was good of your father to see, or your grandfather to see to it." Out of character, he wouldn't have misspoken. Sorry, but it was good of your grandfather to see to it. One could do much worse than a man such as he.
Yep. All right. Yeah, I'll agree and then just kind of make pleasantry goodbye.
And he kind of, as you're finishing, he like sidesteps so that he's able to look past you towards the brackens, like he doesn't leave his back to them, and he just kind of looks serious and thoughtful in that direction, and just says, "Well, time will tell if Vannon learned enough in Dorne. I prayed to the old gods he did." And he looks pretty grim and serious, even for a Blackwood.
Interesting.
Me too, my lord.
Scott.
Was that?
Nothing. I'm not there. So.
Okay. So yeah, he gives you a matter-of-fact nod, and then heads back over towards his men and is speaking to initially at least his son, Brendan, his heir, his firstborn, who is just doing serious air conversation is the vibe you get. So yeah, that's what's going on in the yard at this point. Anybody else think that they're up and headed that way yet, or headed somewhere else?
Probably, I would probably be the next one up because I'm not Luke and I didn't have a full night.
Luke gets up when his servant girls bring him wine and gently remind him of noon. And that hasn't happened yet.
So, Luke is still sleeping. Adam is still recovering from his filled night, or whatever it was Felicia said.
I mean, making quite the assumption there. Adam is like taking the time to like get up at a leisurely pace and make himself look absolutely fabulous.
So let's
I like that better.
Let's have Reyna making her way towards the yard, and as she gets there, she sees Bela kind of standing in the middle, and there's some nearby sparring going on, and you can tell that she's getting some dirty looks from the brackens that are standing behind her. As Lord Tytos Blackwood strides away, you can see some brackens giving some resentful glares in Bela's direction.
Well, I don't know how to respond to that, except when it came to a wedding, you better be fucking nice. I'm like, oh, I missed my sister's warm-up bout. I say from behind them as I'm walking up.
And they kind of start a little, and it's Lord Janos, his son Harry Rivers, the bastard of Bracken, and his nephew Sir Henry Bracken, and a handful of men-at-arms. Looks like about 3 of them, and they kind of start in order to like scramble sideways and turn to face you, and you get polite little nods / bows, and some
Like,
mumbled,
good morning, sirs, my lord.
miladies and a few my ladies, but and Lord Janos himself is squinting no doubt it's the morning sun in his eyes, not any sort of glare. But he says, yes, you did miss it, but your sister went rather easy on Titos, as it looked to me.
Well, it was probably. I don't know. I wasn't here. I'll take your word for it, my lord.
Also very tactful there.
Right? Otherwise, I could just be like, she doesn't really take it easy on people.
And Harry Rivers, the bastard of Bracken, who looks maybe a few years older than you thought, he just kind of not quite sneers. Like, you get the feeling as a bastard, he's used to being the bad boy of the group.
Right,
Like,
right.
as the bastard, he's allowed to be a little less fancy and stuff, is the dynamic that you
Well,
think has emerged.
He can get away with stuff because
Yeah,
it's assumed.
less is expected of him.
Yeah,
Exactly.
he's not expected to have the same level of propriety, basically.
So he not quite sneers, and says, well, let your sister know if she'd like to fight a real Riverlander, she can find them over here.
Ooh.
And then he not quite sneers a little harder towards the whole other side of the courtyard. Like, after his over here, he's just like, yeah, and the whole other half where all the Blackwoods are. They are the targets of that sneer.
Lady Bela, sister, good morning.
Oh, Verena, good morning. Nice to see you. And I'll walk over to her.
Are you quite warmed up?
Yes, I believe I've had a good morning session so far.
And I kind of wave my hand around. It seems one of these gentlemen would also like to test your mettle.
Excellent. Who shall it be?
And it's the bastard of Bracken that takes a half step forward. He goes, I'm not out to test your mettle, my lady, but out to show you the mettle of a true Riverlander.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
Well, that's actually more polite, to be honest.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
that's not him
Very well.
saying that you're crap. He's saying that the rest of them are crap.
Yeah,
Right?
it's very clearly the Blackwoods that they're resentful of, not you, right?
Yeah.
So he just holds a hand out, and Sir Henry, the nephew, puts a shield on one arm, and one of their men-at-arms brings him a training sword, and he kind of sidesteps to create a little bit of room, and let's go again.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and just roll fighting dice. Let's see how this one works out.
Sure. I did not get the same fantastic roll I had last time.
All right, well, fair warning, I did not get the same atrocious roll.
Okay. Well,
All right, what are we sitting on?
I have 11 this time.
Okay, he got a 16.
Yeah.
So he is, he's at a bit of a disadvantage because you can tell that, again, he's definitely keeping his back to the Bracken contingent, as probably more a sign of disrespect to the Blackwoods than out of genuine fear that one's gonna run up and stab him, right? But it's just more of, I'll not show my back to their like, right? Like, so you're able to get some advantage that way that has nothing to do with speed and everything to do with, like, you can just kind of circle and it forces him to backpedal a little awkwardly. But then anytime that you do close the gap and go in, he's swinging pretty hard. And then as you, like, take a shot on the shield and, like, stagger away, he's glaring, like, past you at the Blackwoods and then, like, swings again. So, like, there's probably a little bit more edge to his attacks than he means. And you can tell that it is not your fault, right? Like, you're just a training dummy that he is out to hit to impress any Blackwoods that might be watching so that they stay on their side, right? Like, that's the... So he's looking pretty pretty fired up, and he's maybe hitting a little harder than you should for this sort of sparring match. But you do have the impression that it's not because it is you.
All right. Well, yeah, there's clearly tension here, and for the moment, let him get whatever little puerile aggression out a bit.
And you're not left with bruises or anything, but the shots that you block send jolts up your through the training weapon up your arm and stuff a little harder than they should. And then eventually, after 30, 45 seconds or so of sparring, he kind of backs off, and then kind of waits, looks like you're done, and then just gives a matter-of-fact nod. And goes, and that's how a true Riverlander wields, well, not quite steel, but oh, you know what I mean.
Oh my
And
I feel like with so many Riverlanders, like charm is their dump stat, basically.
he's just trying to show that he's angry, and he's got that still, I don't want to say adolescent, because he's like maybe 20, but he's still a young, angry young man, right? But like at the same time, it's not you that he's angry at, so he kind of loses his momentum halfway through, stuff that he's saying. It's like, so yeah, okay, it's not you, right? Like, so he gets about half of an insult out and then peters off.
I suppose that's at least better than him taking it out on her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of cute.
Yeah, like, bless him, he's trying. He's like, trying so hard to look tough.
Yeah, so I'll thank him for the sparring match.
He doesn't. Sorry, one second. Big yawn. He doesn't seem to know how to respond to that. You also think that the bastard of Bracken isn't terribly used to being thanked for things, so he's just kind of like, yes, my lady, and then kind of heads back over to the rest of the cool Bracken kids on the cool Bracken side of the yard. And now, Reyna, as you weren't busy sparring, and and you guys all, when it's time to spar, you'll put on like at least a leather cap, training helmet type of thing, But Reyna, you're not wearing that,
Right.
and you're not busy sparring, so you can hear some muttering from the Blackwoods, like mumble mumble, unseemly, mumble mumble, should have pulled his blows, mumble mumble, it could have hurt her. And after they looked after Vannon for so long, grumble, 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 grumble. And
Oh my god. Okay, I just shut
you
up.
two are in high school right now. I want you to know that.
Yeah, apparently we are.
This could be like 7th or 8th grade. Like girls' cliques going after each other.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You see your shoes. Like,
Yeah, exact. See, you already know. You
I
already
think they
know.
came from Goodwill.
Yeah, it's amusing, but it's also like, well, god dang, no wonder there were 7 kingdoms before.
This is why you sleep through the morning. Nothing good happens to them.
Right?
I'm not sure that's how the phrase goes, but maybe.
I'm starting a new one.
it's,
Starting a
it's,
new one.
Write it down.
it's certainly accurate this time.
Nothing good happens before 12. That's saying.
I beat up on Kraykall. Yeah, the strong
It
boy.
wasn't good for Kraykall. He should have stayed in bed.
It was great for me.
It's like, I felt good.
Yeah.
So, that's the situation there. You are definitely left with the impression that the Blackwoods and the Brackens are looking for reasons to be offended.
Yeah.
Now, after the sparring match, it seems like the Blackwoods are offended gallantly on your behalf. because that bastard
How
Bracken
noble.
should have been pulling his swings a little bit more, and no doubt if he dared to spar a man, he would not have fought so. Right,
Well,
so
if he'd done the opposite, they'd be criticizing him as well. To be honest,
Yeah.
That's
You
why I
can't-
think probably would anyway.
you can't say that for sure, but you can say
But
that
also,
for pretty sure.
But you know.
So any further attempts to engage with the B&B cliques?
Seems
Or-
like further engagement is just gonna like
Make it
cause
worse.
a chain of one-upsmanship. So I will look
Yeah.
for like maybe the Hayes or some other people, even a Frey, maybe.
There are Freys aplenty.
Maybe
Um,
even afraid.
Yeah, like, perhaps.
I guess.
Speaking of Freys, you see Robert Frey, your little Robert Frey.
Mommy, pray!
He and the lady slash sir Alison Mormont come trundling into the yard, and Lady Alison immediately snatches her sparring weapons from Robert's hands instead of him like giving them to her at the start of a match. She's like, "Oh, give me them," and she goes stomping over to challenge the strong boar, and those two are gonna be at. And then Robert just kind of drifts over your way. And he looks a little anxious. Like just being in the twins is clearly got him a little on edge. Like he's just on the lookout and expecting some trouble. Is the vibe that you've got.
It's like he can sense it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
My lord, would you like to spar?
It's to Robert.
To Robert Frey.
Little Robbie.
Oh wait, no, yeah, sorry. Yeah, continue.
No problem.
I thought for a moment I addressed him wrong. I'm hoping I didn't.
My lord works as a generic honorific for any
Okay.
highborn man, and because he's not a knight, it isn't an insult
Yeah.
to not call him sir. Right? So he kind of starts for a second and is like, "You mean me?"
Well, why not? You need to warm up too.
Yes. Yes, milady. And then he kind of stops for a second because he just gave their practice weapons to Alisane. And he starts to make his way over towards one of the weapons racks. And there, at the weapons rack, are a pair of Frey boys, roughly his age, that are wearing, the Frey tabards and working as pages and squires. But these two stand in front of him, between him and the weapons rack, and they cross their arms over their chest. And as you see the sneer, you recognize Big Walder Frey and Little Walder Frey from King's Landing. Little Walder is tall and stout and big and round, and Big Walder is the small, skinny, rat-faced one. And you can't see what they're saying, you can't hear them, but the two of them are standing with arms crossed between little Robert and the weapons rack, and they're taking turns sidestepping to keep him from getting past them.
Stab him in the face. Sorry. That was a bit.
All right. Well.
So you've got some options here. You two can intervene. You can not intervene. You can send someone else to intervene. It looks like it's this standoff for the moment of those two.
Well, on one hand, I could go and try to solve it myself, but he needs an opportunity to try to do it himself. I think.
All right. And you hear him as he starts to raise his voice. It starts as the bullied cousin's, I don't want to say plaintive wail, because that's overselling it a bit, but it would have been a plaintive wail a year ago, right? But it starts out with that sort of like, but you have to let me pass because the lady sent me, right? And then it turns into, because I am a squire and I need a training sword. And then he gets a little bit more volume. And as he gets angry, you actually hear a little bit of a Mormont northern burr
Oh,
slip into his
Yes.
voice.
yeah.
And you think maybe she's been
Turn him
having
into a
him
werebear.
practice.
Oh,
And he's like, because the sand spear sent me to go spar with her, so you'll step aside or I'll bash the two of you to warm up. And they kind of like, what? Like, that's not what they expected from him. When you guys met him a year and a half ago, they were tying him to spars and dragging him into the woods. And they're just like, what? And Big Walder, who is the skinny small one, takes a half step back and like shoves little Walder in Robert's way, like to get away, and that gives him a two-step head start. And the two of them both start to stammer out, I hear grandfather calling, and that sort of excuse, and they scramble indoors. And so a young man comes walking back across the yard towards you, bearing the twin castle sigil of his house, as Squire Robert Frey, with a shield and a sparring sword, comes back over and plants his feet and makes ready. Let's roll fighting dice.
Okay.
I'm so proud of
Yeah,
him.
me too.
Me too. Like, I was just like, oh man, like I wish Adam had been there to see that because that was impressive.
I have to half kill
It
him.
was great.
That was me. That was me.
Yeah.
She doesn't need to start it too.
Out of character, my plan was for him to deal with it when the moment of confrontation came, based on the Nymerian that he had interacted with last. So he would try to maybe reason his way out. He would try to bluster and pull rank his way out. He would, right. So he had different ways. Though I didn't think of a great one for Luke. Like I wasn't gonna have him just like take his shirt off and
I think I
spill wine on
told
him
him.
or something. You know.
Like use charm.
You know, that's a good point. I think Luke could flip a coin and like half blow it off or just murder them.
What is your fighting total looking like?
I have an 18.
Okay.
Another good
He got a 13.
Okay.
Which isn't
Not
too
bad.
bad for his dice. So
Yeah.
you got, an extra degree of success on him. But he's holding his own. He does better than the strong boar, right? In terms of relative die rolls. And he's, a little smaller, a little bit quicker. And yeah, he loses, but he gets in a couple of touches, and his shield work is pretty solid. And yeah, he doesn't completely shame himself or anything.
Oh, your fighting is coming along pretty well. You've learned a lot.
And that he definitely beams and like backs a few steps away to stop. He goes and is catching his breath a little bit. He goes, has it? Good. I've been practicing the bow so long, but Lady Alisane does not. Everyone's polite enough to stand over there.
It's true.
So she's been doing shield work with me. This does just wear you out.
Yes, it does. The more you do it, the longer you can hold on for.
Oh.
Why?
Everything okay, Robert?
Yes, it's fine.
He was
Uh,
being
I'm
inappropriate.
just imagining this 13-year-old boy hearing that.
Oh, okay, that's fine. So, and good
So-
job dealing with your cousins over there.
And at that, he scowls. Oh, they shouldn't have gotten in my way, and I told him I was over here for a reason, and just it's better me than Lady Alisane. She said she'd like to kill him this time, but she was probably kidding, right? Because
I-
bread, salt, and stuff.
Yes.
I think she was exaggerating. Yes.
I wouldn't want her to get into trouble over me,
I don't
Even
think she
if-
will.
even if Lord Walder might not even notice if those two went missing.
Besides, it doesn't matter if she might get in trouble or not. You handled it just fine.
And he beams again at that. And yeah, he looks like he might challenge you to a second bout. And then you see that he spots someone behind you, and he kind of deflates again, and stammers just a bit and backpedals, and makes his way over to return the sword and the shield.
All right.
And glancing over your shoulder behind you, you spot Rhaegar. Not Rhaegar Targaryen,
Well, he's
Ray-
dead.
Rhaegar Frey.
Okay, so the ghost has come for me.
Yes.
Goodbye, all.
This is a grandson of Lord Walder, who is got about 10 years on you, you'd guess. And he's round-shouldered and stout, and has a silky, neat little beard, like trimmed, so it's just the chin bit, but it's very long and looks almost oily. And he makes his way towards you, and flashes a yellow-toothed smile. And he actually kind of does this with his hands on the way up. And then he gives you a halitosis riddled good morning. And he goes, good to see that you've toughened him up some. A few more good whacks like that, and perhaps another year or two in the Dornish sun, and you'll make a man of my boy yet.
He's coming along quite finely.
He goes, yes, I'm sure. I've heard he got good with a bow. Hopefully, it's better than he is with a blade. You are absolutely no doubt that this guy wouldn't be able to tell either way. Like if he was good or bad with either. Honestly, he is not that sort of highborn lord. His hands look soft, even at a distance, right? He does not look cut out for knightly manners. But he's, my lord grandfather would no doubt thank you again for taking him off our hands, just as he's starting to eat the most at those ages.
Of course. He's been a pleasure to have with us.
Yes, of course. Uh, I don't believe we've met, but you certainly aren't the hairy she-bear that took him away from us. Uh, that means you must be one of the Nymerians. You know, I'm almost a Targaryen myself. I'm named after the Prince of Dragonstone, Rhaegar Targaryen, the last
Almost.
dragon, he says.
This
Like,
fucking guy.
It's a pleasure to meet you,
The
my
meme
lord.
writing itself right now.
yeah, it's like we are something like kin then.
Ah!
Yeah.
And now you're seeing to my son? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he'll be a fine warrior in time.
Well, make sure you send him back here when he is. But
No.
not until then. Meh. That's the fucking picture of this guy. So like, you're welcome.
Oh my. Oh.
That's the. Now, granted, this particular artist tends to do kind of caricature style, but just like he is a proud inheritor to the name Rhaegar.
Yikes.
Um,
Yeah, they clearly have a lot in common.
and he reaches a hand out for yours.
Okay.
And
Well,
then
okay.
he bows over it, and he goes to lick his lips right before appropriately kissing you on the knuckles, but he times it a little bit wrong, so instead he just barely licks your knuckles a bit and then gives you this wet kiss, and then he straightens up. He goes, and I hear, Lady Rhaena, that you are betrothed, but as I am recently widowed, betrothals have been broken before.
A secret fourth marriage match possibility.
Oh my god.
I'm afraid you have mistaken me for my sister. I am Bela, and I am
Already
married to Balin Swan.
I will give
Sir
you
Balin
so many
Swan.
silver stags if you dump him on Rhaenyra and leave.
Silver stags. Silver stags.
You gotta do better than that.
No. Yeah.
Oh wow.
He pulls his hand back away from yours and looks briefly affronted, as though you have seduced him with your lies, right? Like
Chimerian thoughts.
as though you
You
tricked him into thinking that you were Rhaena. So
Catfish.
he kind of pulls his hand back and
I am gone. I
and
just
then
want to let you know.
he goes, yes.
Okay.
Well, my mistake then. Sir Balin is not here, is he?
Oh my god. Is he fucking serious?
He is not. He's attending matters back
Good.
home.
Good. And he backs another step away.
Getting wrecked.
You are left with the impression that he was just worried that Balin was here to see that,
Yeah.
not that he's like, oh well, you're in a different one of the Seven Kingdoms, baby. It's not cheating, right? It wasn't that sort of Sir
You
Balin.
don't have a
here.
Riverlander husband, although I guess Van's around.
Yeah. So he kind of glances around as though to confirm you saying that your husband isn't here to see it. The famed Morningstar expert, Sir Balin Swan,
Yes.
didn't spot that. So he kind of looks around a little, and then is kind of just doing this weaselly thing with his hands. And he goes, well, just. Oh, what's that, grandfather? Yes. And then he kind of turns and takes off. And you get the feeling that pretending Lord Walder is calling is just kind of how Freys get out of situations that they don't like. Because that's what he goes with. a very fake. Oh yes, grandfather, I'm coming. And then he trundles away.
Wow.
Oh wow,
Okay. Great.
that was.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I am not making Rhaegar out to be much worse than he is canonically, for the record. He is bad even for a Frey in the things that he says about like Robb Stark and stuff when
Oh
he's
yeah,
he's
not
one of them up there talking to Lord Wyman Manderley during that stuff in the books. He is one of the worst Freys. So yeah. I don't feel like I'm doing him bad or anything like Rutty's character assassinating Rhaegar Frey. Like
No.
no, I am not. Yeah. So
You get a lot of complaints on those Rhaegar Frey stands.
right, yeah, I don't want to get dragged over it. Yeah, backslash, the Rhaegar subreddit, where they all love the Frey one and talk bad about their Targaryen who gave them a bad name.
No.
So there's that. Any other particular role plays of interest that folks want to do this morning?
I'm a little confused. Usually, if I'm not up by now, the girls are splashing around the pools, topless, to get my attention, and I've just got none of it.
You really want the attention of the free
The
women?
Prey Girls.
No, I want my own servants. Damn it! I forget.
See,
When you're sleepy, you don't remember like you went somewhere else sometimes. So,
really interesting. I'll take
have you ever woken up in a hotel room and forgot like where you were for a few seconds? Like, fucking my shit isn't here.
Yeah, actually, I have.
Oh, that was a relatively common occurrence for people. Okay.
At Dragon Con, yes.
I mean, maybe I've never noticed feeling like that.
I mean, not like every fucking time I sleep in a hotel room. It's just a thing that happens to people sometimes.
I just love picturing Robert
Where am I? Oh, God.
like every time he's on vacation. Who took me here?
What happened?
running out into the hallway. What year is it?
Where am I?
like running around the hotel.
Oh God, aliens got me.
Where am I? Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Like just
every night.
rattling
It's a real
through
issue.
languages and stuff.
I can't stay at the same hotel more than once. They kick me out.
Yeah.
After the fourth night of waking up screaming, they're like, "You gotta go."
Oh.
Who am I anymore? So
I will slowly join the group though at some point as I realize where I am and that I'm not getting woken up properly.
you will not actually. We are going to cut to both of the Nymerian boys as there is a knockety knock that is exactly that, a little cheerful rap in a pattern on Adam's door, next door to Lucaris's chamber. A little morning doot 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 doot.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, what time is it right now, roughly?
Late
Had
morning.
time to prep.
Yeah. Okay. Like, Adam is up and moving about by this point, and like, right. I suppose I just want to like check. Is this a thing where like are people expected to like change clothes before the wedding, or is this like you get into what you're going to wear for the wedding now kind of
You have
situation?
the distinct impression that Walder Frey does not know or care. It is left up to guests.
Sure.
The wedding is supposed to be late afternoon, getting close to dusk.
Okay. That's fine.
So you've got 5 hours ish, let's say.
Sure.
So I'm sure that Adam probably expects to change clothes beforehand.
Okay. He's still going to be making an effort I think, though, because that's because of who he is as a person. He probably like carries like spare outfits anyway. So like he's probably not finished getting ready at this point, but yeah, so he'll be up and dressed and moving around and all that. So we'll enter the door himself.
All right, you open the door and there's no one there. Oh, no, there's Tyrion Lannister.
What?
So you don't see him at head height, but you gotta look down a little bit. And he's standing there with a bottle of wine in each hand. One is a Nymerian red. The other one... Poop, I just forgot. There
Arbor?
is... No. Damn it.
I love that this implies that it's something very specific, in that I'm intrigued.
Right.
There is another one.
As someone who is a bit of a wine bore in real life.
I had it in my notes and now I can't find it. But there is the house. Who is it? Maybe it's Butterwell. Sorry, everybody, I had it.
That's okay. I mean, while you're looking that up, I mean, I'll just say, like, Adam is going to greet him. Surprised but pleased to see him. My Lord Tyrion. Please.
Terribly sorry. I seem to have found the wrong Dornish dragon fucker, as I hear is the royal decree. But behold, Nymerian red, and then he holds up the other one, and a Beesbury red. Or sorry, God damn it, Rusty, I just looked it up. A Butterwell red. House Butterwell was said to have the finest wines outside the arbor. So certainly the best in the Riverlands.
Are they a Reach House?
No, they're a Riverlander house. House Butterwell.
Okay.
And he goes, they're from...
Well, I applaud you on your good fortune.
Yeah, out of character. I had it in my notes, and then I couldn't find it, and then I looked it up, and then I just said it wrong. So I was planning to invite your oh-so-scholarly elder brother to assist me in a very detailed study wherein we might something write a book, comparison, contrast, something formal ranking Butterwell v. Nymerian. But
it's interesting to learn that my brother can read.
it would seem that I've accidentally found the actual academic of the Nymerian brothers. Pray then, would you like to assist us in our experiment?
I would be delighted to.
Lovely. Where's your brother?
Well, his room is next door, so we could go and find him.
Ah, missed by one. That reminds me of a joke. I don't remember how the rest of it goes, but it's a very unhappy young lady that says it. And he heads over to Luke's door.
Wow.
Luke gets a shave and haircut type of pattern tapped on his door.
There's no chance you're a pair of busty servant girls, is there?
I think since we're going looking for like Adam will be like ready enough that he can quickly join Tyrion out in the hallway and all that.
The answer that Luke gets to his quip is his door being kicked a few times. Rattles in the frame.
That's either a very enthusiastic yes or no. Hold on, I'll be there in a second. God, where's my fucking shirt? God damn it.
It's always the shirt, man.
I'm gonna throw some clothes on and even throw my my lighter part of my armor on and grab my short sword and open the door.
Oh,
brother,
my mistake. I was looking for the fun Valyrian, but since your Uncle Orain can't be found anywhere, I suppose you might like to help me and your scholarly academic pretty one drink these.
Oh, you think so pretty?
I think we can arrange something.
Fantastic. And he just turns and starts off down the hall.
Yeah, I'll follow. I'm down with this. This is a little bit how I'm used to being woken up. It's a little different, but the wine's here at least.
And you hear a girlish giggle through an open doorway into a chamber down the hall, and Tyrion just walks up and right in, and there, sitting at a Sivas board with another bottle of wine and your sister's handmaiden, Philea, in his lap, is your uncle.
Good for her.
So-
Oh wait, no. If it's him, then
So,
Uncle.
Uncle Orain is sitting there, humming thoughtfully over the Sivas board. And Tyrion.
I was looking for the Nymerian who's the biggest cat, but I can't
Yeah.
find him. So since you're here,
And Tyrion saunters in and right up to the chair on the other side of the table, and he clambers up without needing to use either hand, like he's got practice climbing into full-size chairs with bottles of wine in each hand. You're pretty sure that's his specialty in agility. And he just hops right up and he goes, "No dice, I'm afraid. I couldn't find either of your lovely nieces. So I thought your nephews would have to do."
I'm afraid my tits are less impressive.
"I believe you." And Uncle
Yeah,
Orlin
no
says,
argument there.
they certainly are.
Do you play, Uncle? I look at the board.
Lots of things, he says, groping your sister's handmaiden. But Sivas, no. Haven't the slightest.
Well, then I guess we will both be learning.
And Tyrion just says, "Oh, sorry about the mess. I like to play against myself when I can't find anyone else."
Is there actually a mess, or is the place spotless?
The mess is just that the Sivas board is in the middle of a game.
Oh, I
I'd
see.
be willing
is
to
the-
play, although I doubt I'd be much of a challenge, as we drink, though. That could be fun.
I doubt much the same. But very well. This would be mate in 5, Tyrion, you clever bastard. And then he cleans up the board after having announced how he would have
The good-
defeated himself.
The good news about playing against yourself, Master Tyrion, is you will always win.
Except for the times you lose.
Well, you always lose, too. I suppose it's both sides of the coin.
That's true.
To wins and losses, he says, toasting somebody and starting to pour. Philea grabs the bottle from him and starts to pour with a little bit steadier hands.
Thank you, Philea.
She
Have you been
keeps-
enjoying the trip? And I'm going to look at Uncle Waters and give a sly smile.
He goes, it was faster than I thought it would be.
Huh. Noted.
That's what she said.
Literally.
And he, Uncle Orain almost chokes on his wine in a good-natured snort, but does not rise to the bait of any sort of quip. He just he knows the truth. He knows how deep the waters go. Get it? Because his name is Orain Waters, and we're talking about
Yeah.
pee-pee.
I'm not acknowledging it. I'm not acknowledging it.
You're welcome.
Tis what she uttered.
Aye, verily.
Aye.
Because I will drink, I will play, I will attempt to learn a little bit of this complicated game that will probably not to the I can master, by no means immediately.
Let's see if there's a skill.
But much the way Luke listened to the old war dogs talking about their war stories, I'm going to be paying attention to this game.
Yeah, Adam is definitely paying attention to what their strategies are, because he's expecting at some point he's going to be like on one side of the board and wants to destroy them.
I'm not even getting the word Civasse in a search.
It's CYVASSE.
Yeah, I'm just saying it doesn't show up in the PDF anywhere.
Wow.
So
Okay.
that means there's no
No rules for it.
real guide. Let's
Yeah.
call it cunning. I think by default,
That makes
let's call
sense.
it a cunning test. I could probably see an argument for a couple other things, but just to keep it simple, let's just roll cunning.
Right, get the character sheet out.
So, 1 second, and let's look up this real quick. Because we figure we might as well roll for it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Based on the fact that there's no actual rules, like I can see number of arguments for other abilities,
Right,
but
yeah,
none
like,
of
yeah,
which, like as a novice, I would know and or know how to exploit.
Yeah.
So
I feel like
I vaguely recall it like being a cunning logic role, like when I've had to do it in the past in like other.
yeah.
race
But
games.
I could probably once people are better at it, I would probably allow like the strategy specialty of warfare to go cross attribute or cross ability.
Oh, well,
But
then
let's
I'm the
just
one you
make it.
want playing that game. Me
Let's
and
just make it a.
I think isn't Bela like all about the strategy, or is she all about the command?
You don't want me playing this game.
Yeah,
you
like, so
two
strategy
war
and tactics
people
are-
go and deal with high school. We'll deal with the war game.
Sport game's nothing like war.
So what'd you end up with a cunning roll?
Oh, let me roll right now. I've got a 10.
Okay. He more than doubled you, which is not surprising because he's explaining the rules to you as you go. But he doesn't immediately checkmate or equivalent, right? So, but yeah, he makes pretty quick work of you. And then, as he does so, he glances up at Adam. He goes, "I believe that makes it your turn."
I believe so. So like Adam's been like sipping at the wine while watching this, and he'll just kind of pop his glass next to the board and get set up.
All right, let's roll cunning.
Yeah. Right. Am I allowed to use any of my? Am I allowed to use logic as my specialty for this?
Let's go ahead. Yeah. Because you have done it in the past, so
Yeah.
so you've got a better handle on the rules.
I'm not brilliant, but that is 12.
All right.
Probably not going to do as well as him.
He did not double you, but he did beat you by a significant margin.
Okay.
But you do make it several rounds further than Lucaris. And as his catapult removes your dragon from the board, Tyrion gives a matter-of-fact nodding. "I thought I would have had you 2 rounds ago. That was a clever move."
Well played.
And he goes, "Orain." And Orain just waves him off again. He goes, "Well then, it's back to you two. Which of you would like a rematch? Let's go for one more round each."
I'm definitely interested in a rematch, but I'll give Luke first refusal.
Yes, I'll step up. No harm in learning a little bit something, even if I'm not good at it.
All right.
And a little bit worse this time. I got a 9.
He also rolled a little bit worse, but Tyrion Lannister's a little bit worse on a cunning roll.
You're a little bit better.
It's still a degree of success over
Cunning's
yours.
basic. I would hazard a guess that cunning is very much his thing.
I figure at this
is-
point, I'm getting a grasp of the general rules, but just not well enough to obviously beat a Tyrion who's played it for some time.
And he
And
did
is
beat
just
you
a very
by
bright guy.
he did beat you by less this time. So he was like, good move with the elephant there. You are learning. And mate in
Little bit.
3. And then, sure enough, 3 rounds.
No, that they can't fucking be.
No, that's right. He's like smiting 3.
Yep. Okay.
See,
Okay.
But you're learning.
valiantly played though, brother.
Well then, what say you, least Nymerian in mass only? A second try?
Absolutely.
All right, roll up.
The Tyrion the Tyrant must be defeated. Go, brother.
Tyrion the Tyrant.
I am absolutely not going to.
Does have a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
A little bit, yes.
Okay, I did a little bit better this time. That was 14. Still probably not good enough because I've not got a lot of cunning.
He did not get an extra degree of success on you this time. So you came within 3 of his score. So again, you guys are both getting better each game. And Tyrion remarks on that, and then one of the bottles of wine is empty. He goes, so I think we'll take this empty bottle as a sign for me to quit while I'm ahead. That is, for the record, the best time to quit.
I certainly can't argue with that.
Yes. Typically is.
That reminds me of a joke I heard.
Are either of you aware of what hour we're expected for the rest of this wedding?
Oh wait, who are you asking that?
The room.
All right.
Either of you. Are either of you aware of what hour it is for the rest of this wedding?
It's
When are we expected to be there?
like Adam will have known, like, basically, like, what?
Yeah, like I said, it's shortly before sundown.
Yeah.
Whatever the
Yeah, it's just that, like,
descriptor-
I'm sure there are like names for the hours and just like
right, but yeah,
they've never been specified. So like Adam will like run it off, whatever.
yeah. And Oren makes a big show of shrugging. I wasn't even sure I was coming. I'm still not sure I'll go. And he has no idea. And then Tyrion looks like he's about to answer, and then Adam does. So Tyrion gives him, he goes, a toast to the knowledgeable one, which you're pretty sure is just an excuse to drink some more wine, but he does.
That's fine. I'll
Very
drink
well.
to that.
He goes, so we have a few hours to kill, but, and this Tyrion then peers around the room. He is not drunk, but he's like making a show of acting drunker than he is. He goes, unless I have forgotten how to count, we have far too many men and far too few Dornish women. Also, I'm famished. Walder Frey is none too generous when it comes to sending servants to give you anything. But I think
I have noticed this.
It's a pity you're unable to attend my name day tourney a few months ago, Lord Tyrion. Our cook Bessa would have stuffed you until you just had to roll all the way back home.
Also, tits for Miles.
Tabessa, queen of tits and food.
Tabessa. A genuine, genuine toast.
Uncle Oren goes, to Bessa, with a little bit more gusto than you might be terribly comfortable.
I'm already
I'll have to
uncomfortable.
share
I'm not
this.
even there.
I'll have to share this with Oris at some point.
Philea pouts prettily. It's more than just tits to a woman. She is not particularly curvaceous.
Well,
But
that is
indeed.
very true, Philea.
But she is clearly just looking for attention, like
Aw.
any girl on the internet.
Oh,
Like and subscribe.
Yes,
I will
there's-
fix a small glass to her and say, "Indeed, there's much more," and then just give her a little smile, and then let her
yeah,
pout.
yeah, she just,
yeah.
you know,
It would be very unwise to like go into specifics because you might just upset her more.
or disgust your brother. No, but yeah, so she just pouts prettily, and Uncle Orain pours some wine down her throat to cheer her back up. And then Tyrion hops down, and very matter-of-factly, like, slaps his hands on his legs, and then brushes them off and goes, "Well then, it's got to be close to noon. Let's go break our fast early."
That sounds like a great idea, and we might run into some more Dornish women. I expect our sisters will be up by now.
Oh, it's kind of up with the run to women who aren't my sisters, but yes. Suppose
Well,
we didn't bring too many of them along.
It's like us and Falea.
Well, I mean, it still counts, but
Mm. Lord Tyrion, lead the way.
yeah, I'm not saying.
He's like,
I'm not saying that their family need to flirt with them. I was. More for
I'm just
Tyrion.
gonna leave Adam awkwardly, just trying to defend himself.
what a dick.
Uh,
I have
Or-
bad influences. You see who's around me? Lord Walder Tyrion.
That is
Yeah,
Oren saunters
Falea?
along with you, and he goes, "I, for one, decided not to seduce my nieces, after deciding not to marry one of them." And he says it like it's fucking moral, upstanding, citizen of the year type
Yeah,
of,
sure.
like,
You're
like
gallant.
The most moral decision he made in a decade, and he's proud of it.
yes, your gallantry knows no bounds.
oh, it's quite bounded, I assure you, nephew. And it is only the nieces I've decided not to bugger. And he gives you an open leer in order to get that look on your face. And, and Tyrion just laughs and shakes his hand. He goes, "Seven hells. Everything they say about Valyrians and Dornishmen is true. I really should have gone to the tourney." And
You missed the pool
You really
party,
should've.
Tyrion.
oh, not a big fan of those.
Oh, well, fair. They are rather shallow pools.
They may think they're rather shallow, but all too often I have proven them wrong.
You know what, Tyrion? That is a fair comment. Let's find food.
Indeed. And let's say they make their way near enough the courtyard on their way to the Great Hall that you lot coming from the courtyard to the Great Hall can meet up with them, and we'll get the PCs all together for some should be breakfast, but ends up, or should be lunch, but ends up being breakfast.
Sisters.
Because some of us are layabouts.
Brothers.
And we
Sister.
clearly have been drinking.
Yeah, I mean, like, Adam's definitely not, like, drunk, but he's definitely got, like, that wine flush to his face.
Did you even go to bed, brothers?
I
You
definitely
went
did.
to bed, right? I mean, I did. Did you?
I absolutely did, yes.
Did you sleep?
A little.
I think he's just flustered because we all know who made a pass at him. Or
Made a
Waters.
pass.
Yes, we're leaving the hallway just now. Yeah.
Was that a pass?
Oh no, it was only a compliment.
I
I
thought so.
suppose.
I think my brother is having one of his ribald jokes at my expense here.
And then Orain tilts his head thoughtfully. I suppose some could have taken it as a threat, but it wasn't my intent.
That's very well then. Shut up, Luke.
We're looking for food.
Confusing me.
Well, you came to the right place. In theory.
Did we?
So,
In
did you ladies
theory.
sleep well?
Yeah,
Isn't that
it's
usually
just
the
fine.
top of chef brings you like cheeses and like little bits of ham?
At our home, yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's because we've got Bessa, who is convinced that we've never eaten enough.
Never eaten enough in our
The
entire
only
lives.
one who truly understood me was Bessa.
Tyrion cheerfully raises an empty glass because he hasn't been able to fill it. He goes, "The queen of tits and food."
The queen of kitchen food.
I'm sure she'll like when we get back home, she'll be delighted to
Okay.
hear that one.
And he says it with zeal and gusto, as
course he
though
does.
he has individual reason to know.
Mm.
In short order, you are able to find some food. It seems like they took some of last night's meal and turned it into a soup, basically. Like they just got took leftovers,
Lovely.
added some water, heated it up for a
Getting
while.
real close to my home life growing up, but I don't like it.
Like it's not the good stuff like frozen pizzas.
Does Walder Frey come down and he's like, who touched the thermostat? It's at 78?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
I'm not freezing the neighborhood. Where's the
It's like
82?
Put a sweater on.
Well, I did make a meme of him as like as Joe Exotic saying, "I'm never going to financially recover from this."
So
Yeah.
for the record,
Yeah.
Lord Walder is nowhere to be seen. He's not sitting in the hall playing gracious host, keeping spirits high with playful banter and clever conversations or the like. He's just, it looks like he is obliged to be at the ceremony, and that's when people will see him next, is the vibe you've got.
Wow.
There are all sorts of other Freys scuttling about. The place is just infested with them. But you know, it's their house. So, but yeah, there's lots of others, but you haven't seen Lord Walder again. There's some good crusty bread to go with the leftover soup. And yeah, you're able to break your fast with no one of note coming or going here at the luncheon table. And again, it's the sort of thing where people are just able to come and go as they want to grab some food. And you definitely have the impression that some of the local Riverlanders are going out for rides in the countryside a little bit, or are continuing to tilt in the yard, etc., etc. Nobody's ranging very far from the castle, but yeah, everyone's just left to their own devices. So, player characters, you are left to your own devices. Has anyone got any particular NPCs that they would like to seek out to converse with?
Right. I take it like by that you're meaning we're not the only ones here.
No, you are the only ones of note presently here, but you will be able to easily find anyone else from the list of NPCs, which is admittedly and purposely a bit shorter than some other lists of NPCs. I just want to give you guys a shot if you.
Yeah, I just like to find Bannon just to give him another congratulations and
How he's holding up.
Yeah, check on him. Hey, check on him, kind of low key, and then also just
Just
Sorry. You are able to spot him by following a trail of Frey pages that are bringing food to one of the guest chambers.
So you got to marry a Frey to get food around here. That's what I'm hearing.
Basically. And in said chamber, you do see Sir Vannon Rivers and also two of his brothers. The very bookish and gangly Hoster, who's close to 7 feet tall, and then two brothers down, young Alan, who's 11 or 12. And they're in there with the elder brothers are apparently still out in the yard, and they're sitting in there just talking and it sounds like his homeliest and youngest brothers are trying to give him marriage advice and get him to relax about the wedding. So
Are either of them known to be married? Well, the 11-year-old
no,
obviously
they
not.
are very
Well,
much not.
okay.
And Foster,
So the bachelors for life are giving him girl advice.
well, it's just that they're just also young. Like it's not even that
Yeah.
they're lifelong bachelors. It's just it's the young ones. But that's who he's got. So 15-year-old gangly gawky cowlick Hoster uh,
Wow.
and 11-year-old Alan are just like, I'm sure everything will be fine. And Taita is comely. I think. I don't know if she's some beautiful Dornish woman like you've grown accustomed to, brother, but she's good enough for any Riverlander boy. And Sir Lucaris, come tell Vannon that weddings aren't lethal.
Well,
I survived mine.
Yeah, that's the last thing I'm gonna fucking mention is your wedding right now to them.
Who else wanted to
I've
come with
not
Luke,
known it
for
to
the
be.
record? Like, was Bela there or not? You guys can be, like, unless people have other stuff.
I probably would have excused myself. I'm gonna go find Van and see how he's doing. So anybody who wanted to come along, it's fine.
I will stay out of that, but if Baylor wants to go, it's cool.
I will go. As a
Okay.
married
Oh, that
lady.
makes their comment extra funny.
Yeah, may as well go as a group.
I'm gonna hang out here with, I guess, Tyrion and Uncle Lorraine.
Oh, I kind of want. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I'll stick around for that. I like. I don't know.
Wait, is
Anyway.
Philea still hanging off Uncle Lorraine, or did she like leave him be?
She has sauntered off. She
Okay,
headed
I'm just
off.
curious.
She peeled off towards the courtyard as you guys were walking by. Uncle Orain will give a cheerful toast as the middle Nymerian siblings wander off. But yeah, let's cut to Vannon's room. Vannon's looking just kind of nervous. Looks like groom's nerves more than anything else is the vibe.
We survived Bela's well enough. I suppose you'd be okay.
Well, I think perhaps there's a bit less pressure on Bela to immediately produce an heir.
Oh no, I've been crushing her constantly.
Yeah.
I think she doesn't like it, actually.
Inappropriate questions.
You know how Luke is.
Mm-hmm.
Is your
Alan
father
leads,
giving you a lot of pressure, Bannon?
Alan leads towards Hoster and he goes, I thought only Targaryens did that.
That's not what I meant.
And Vannon says, a lot of pressure, yes, and a keep. One right near the teats, a small tower. Out of character, the teats is a set of hills in the disputed territory.
Is it you mean the marches?
No, this is in between houses Bracken and Blackwood.
Oh, okay,
my
I see.
god. They're just gonna park him out there and expect him to hold the line and keep the peace.
So
Yep.
It's what we're doing in our different locations, kinda.
So yes, I've got a tower, and I'm overseeing the village of Pennytree, and I'm expected to get Taita the maid to become Taita the mother, probably within the fortnight, given the rate that they expect me to do everything else.
That part's easy compared to holding the teats against your family of various sides.
Holding the teeth.
Vannon, you always seemed capable of managing things much more than me, if you can remember. I don't think you'll have any trouble at all.
I heard you've been overseeing House Will of late, so...
Yeah, that's been trouble.
At least the folk of Petrie are friendlier than that. Oh well, officially on the writ giving me the tower, Father at least just called them the Teats. Traditionally, the Blackwoods call them Missy's Teats, while the Brackens call them Barba's Teats. Old history, like all the rest of it, and all the blood spilled there. But here I am, expected to just call them and keep them the Teats. Wait, maybe I can get them calling them Titus Teats.
Yeah, I was gonna find it particularly fusty because there's a solution here.
That might work. And he seems nervous about that. He's just...
He's nervous about all of it.
I'm gonna just put a friendly hand on his shoulder. Man, and I'm not gonna lie to you. They're clearly giving you the disputed lands for a reason. They're shoving their generations of dispute onto you because you have ties to both sides. That said, the man I fought alongside in King's Landing can handle this.
Oh, well, go get another one of them then.
I do believe, what's his name? A friend of yours that you hired, Adam. Oh, Adam's not here.
You mean
A friend of Adam's.
Sir Lynn?
It's fine. You can talk about Adam in his absence. It's fine.
Yeah, Sir Lynn, yes. Lynn Corbray. I mean, he's here. I suppose I can track him down.
Certain that Sir Lynn is the peacekeeping type.
I don't think he's putting a baby in Taita either.
Sir Vannon raises an eyebrow and gives you a warning look.
Give it a little laugh. The point is, I think you can do this. You have this. You're good, man.
Here's hoping.
And if you run into some trouble you cannot resolve on your own, you have brothers in Dorne and sisters. Not just the ones here.
I think it would take you lot and your armies a bit longer than I have to get here. Should trouble be insurpassable for me and the small number of men that I'm receiving from both sides of the family, who are certain to burn my tower down if left alone for more than an hour or two, let us say. So I'm not certain how I'm supposed to put a baby in my young bride, while half of my men-at-arms want to kill the other half. And he just slumps down in a chair.
Not with that attitude.
Are you sure there aren't just some bandits we could chase? I got deucedly good at chasing bandits.
There's always bandits, and a common enemy is not a terrible way to unite your men.
It's just that they've already had me clearing the bandits out of the Riverlands. We need to import some. Ooh, or wildings from north of the wall.
That sounds trickier. I'll admit. They're much further away.
But a lot more distracting.
And terribly uncooperative.
Ironborn, then. Yes, we'll get them to start a new Harrenhal.
Or then, just wait a few weeks. Ironborn are bound to cause trouble anyways, as a general rule.
They never go this far inland anymore. They'll make a terrible distraction. Oh, well.
I'll tell you what, I'll put on a mask to become a bandit lord, and I'll cause trouble. You guys can come defeat me.
Somebody smack him.
Careful, Luke.
Yeah, I think Bela's the one.
It appears I do nothing but walking on eggshells since I arrived.
It's like, we don't joke about that.
Whoa.
We don't joke about bandits.
you're straddling that line. I know you're not serious, but it was too close.
You do that too.
Mm. Well, that
No,
vulture
I mean,
queen did get away. Maybe there's rumors of sighting her in the area, and you need to
That's
track her
really-
down.
I don't
She,
wanna
my
run into-
advice.
she was
I know
last
you
seen
want a rivers
swimming in
around
a
here.
river, and
My advice: if she does appear,
So,
and there are a lot of
Chicken-
rivers around here, don't try swimming after her.
I
She,
don't.
she could be going, I don't want to run into that Lucaris fellow. I'd better go really far north where he won't find me.
I don't think she paddled all the way up here. But
Well, despite how fast she swam, I do think she actually had feet, not flippers, down there, so she could have walked too.
oh, you think? Did your gaze not travel that far down her body, Luke?
They did not. No.
Honestly,
to be
no.
honest.
And I'll have you know, I was naked and cold.
that part's true,
Oh.
unfortunately.
Cold water excuse. Indeed.
You think she knows about that, right? Like,
The rivers here are actually colder than they are down in Dorne. But
Everything's
I
cold.
just got a lot of expectations. Did you know that my father petitioned King Robert himself to turn over Pennytree? It was a royal fief for nigh 100 years, but they got him to sign it over to me. Something in the name of trying to bring about peace. Lord Walder signed the papers also. No doubt he'll be expecting repayment any day. And your Lord Grandfather vouched for my character, I believe it was, as well. I think mostly they just reminded him that he'd seen me at the tourney. But it seems like one end of Westeros to the other is counting on me marrying, putting a baby in her, keeping the peace in half the Riverlands, and running a town, when all I know to do is chase bandits and fail at seducing pretty girls.
I'm gonna let Baylor talk.
Oh, jeez, thanks.
Good brother.
She's like, it's okay, buddy. Maybe she's not a pretty girl. Like,
You're always a good friend to me.
Well, then perhaps you start with what you know and find those you can lean on to support you where you don't know. That's a small part of what I've found out so far in Willlands. I don't know what I'm doing, but there's a bandit problem I started there, and other small problems here and there I've taken one at a time. It's still a long way to go, but just like you, the problems are stacked up, and you just have to, focus on one at a time. Make progress where you can, and if something stumbles, well, it stumbles, and you start over again.
Gannon, have you spoke with Taita much?
Do you know Lord Walder has not let me meet her?
What?
Okay, this will make
Oh,
things
wow.
more difficult then.
Indeed. I won't see her face until it's time to pledge myself to her for the rest of my life, or displease her Lord Father, and my Lord Father, and your Lord Grandfather, and Lord Bracken, and King Robert, and probably Tywin, and Ned Stark.
While we're at it.
All
Well,
right,
that's some
all right.
catastrophizing right
Deep
there.
breaths.
Roll it back in a little bit.
Who knows? Who else has played a hand in pledging me to a girl whose face I've never even seen?
Interesting.
Well,
When he's
one
been right
card.
there for a while, why has he not seen her?
When trouble does come, you have the authority, as granted by the king himself, to take care of those lands. And if people are giving you trouble, use that authority. Make sure that your families don't steamroll. Well, not steamroll, but make sure they don't try to yank you around to do their bidding. You're put there because of not just their graces, but the king's, and you're going to do it.
Yes.
Like, you know.
I suppose I'll just have to show them that they've yanked me into the position and they can't yank me out of it.
And assuming this Taita is not a complete monster, she's in it with you. You
Right.
learn to find what she's strong at and lean on her when you need to as well.
I
If nothing
suppose.
else, dedicate yourself to those small folk you'll be protecting.
There's that.
We'll give you a goal.
Pennytree does have fine walls. Anytime one family or the other comes marching, they just hide and let the Highborn duke it out. So I suppose they've got good instincts, at least.
And you'll be in a unique position to tell off either family and claim neutrality. Especially if you tell off both.
I suppose I would be uniting them in common cause then, even if it's only to sack my tower.
If they unite to take you out, then you have still accomplished a goal.
Indeed, and I suppose
God.
we'll give King Robert an excuse to squeeze back into his breastplate and come hit someone besides your sister.
You'll have to squeeze for a while.
It was a good hit.
Oh,
Should have.
well.
The sound it makes, I can still hear it.
Vannon, and if the local politics get too bad, and I am due to be married soon, come down the door with your new wife if she's pleasant.
I heard.
Or escape her. Down the door.
Who
Call.
is it that's planning to saddle and bridle you?
Lady Valader Tolan.
Oh,
One of these Dornish witches. She put some love spell on me, and I have no choice. You know how it is.
Brilliant.
I don't remember ever meeting her, but isn't she the heir to Ghost Hill? If I'm remembering Maester Elston's lessons?
Yes. Yes, she is.
Huh. She must have displeased her lady mother somehow.
Oh, I'm sure she just... Actually, I met the mother. She was very pleasant. It kind of scares me, to be honest. Actually, you know what? I wouldn't start freaking out whether you're freaking out now that I think about it, because I'm leaving Ghost Hill. They're going to expect a lot from me, and...
Oh, no, stop it.
You know what?
Stop those
We're
thoughts.
fine.
Yeah.
Won't you just be a Lord Consort?
That's the most pressure you could put on somebody, I think.
I don't.
So much.
Oh my god.
I don't.
Oh, well.
Well, you've never faced her down as she was charging you with a lance. I have.
Why?
It was a party.
Well, I suppose we're almost ready in here. I think I'm going to try and eat some of this food that our hosts so graciously brought, and then perhaps get in a nap. I'll need my strength for tonight.
Oh, Lord.
Don't say anything, like, don't say anything. I know you want to.
It's gonna be fine, Vannon. You're more than capable. It looks bleak now, but in a few years, things will be much different.
Plus, you probably won't miss the target if she's on her back. She does. If you do, she'll let you know.
Oh
Only,
Lord.
only probably, Luke.
Oh,
We
no
are.
problem.
We must never let Luke be the ambassador to anything.
Is there any particularly good food in here I can grab as I leave?
Rolls. Like there's a couple of rolls.
Oh,
you
this
know.
cheap bastard! Not
Right?
Vance, our host.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do
You
to.
want to
I'm gonna grab a roll, like one of the small rolls. I'm gonna grab it, and I'm gonna take a big bite out of it, and I'm gonna leave the room for a few minutes, in case anybody else will say anything while I'm not there.
That sounds like a suggestion.
It was definitely.
I didn't have anything else to say. So unless Vanin motions for me to remain, I will.
He does not.
Okay.
You get a thankful nod as you are leaving, like thanks for checking up, thanks for the pep talk, thanks for yada yada yada, and then he slumps down and starts to get some food in him.
Okay. As soon as like we leave and the door closes, I'll just say kind of quietly to Luke, I don't think we helped at all.
I thought it went
that
really
didn't
well.
go that well.
But also, you're not wrong. I don't think we helped. But I think it went well.
I think Raina would have been better at this and definitely had him.
And yet she knew what we were doing and she didn't come.
Yeah.
I did.
She
That's fine.
she as good as half killed that man by letting us talk to him.
It's not.
Right.
Well,
We'll,
and Adam saw which way the wind was blowing, and we're like, no, we want no part of this.
we'll remember this in a couple
we had
years.
feelings for you for years,
It'll be different.
and me, and they still let us come.
Yeah, we did.
Well. Well, it's all in his hands now, I guess.
Or her, whatever's. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
we're good.
However
We're gonna be
they
fun.
want to do
You know what? I have a good
Fun.
feeling about those two.
it.
Wow.
Wine. Definitely wine. Let's get some wine.
I would love wine, but our host seems fit to not share any.
Well.
The only good wine I had so far was the bottle Tyrion brought me, which I think I lent to Lord Frey yesterday.
Okay. Great.
Like you gave it to him and then, oh Lord.
Yeah, Tyrion did not say where he got it. He
But the only problem I have with that theory is that means Frey regifted it, which I don't think he would do. I think he would just keep it.
And I get the impression Tyrion might have took advantage of the fact that people overlook him easily and gone and robbed the cellars. Basically,
He could have stolen it. It is true.
I'm pretty sure he stole it.
I'm pretty sure he stole it as well. That's yeah.
All right. Do we have anything else planned for the afternoon, or do we want to time jump to the wedding?
Time jump. Although I'm genuinely hungry, I want to grab a bite to eat. And
If we're ready to time jump, we'll go ahead and take our break for a couple minutes, and we will come back for the wedding.
all the
Sound
tasty
good?
food that Lord Frey left out has got me hungry.
Right?
Adam's only plan is to go and change and make himself look absolutely divine and regal, yet at the same time quite pretty and rather accessible.
All right, then. Let's take our break. We'll come back. Everybody can describe their fancy wedding outfits, and we will pick up with the ceremony. See you in a couple minutes, everybody.
Bye guys.
All right, everybody, we are back, and it's time to go to a wedding. Oh, yeah. Oh, what's microphone things are happening? Whose is that? Felicia, that's you. Quit it. Eat your crackers in silence.
Sorry.
Give them to Bodhi, who deserves them.
I gave one to Bodhi. I gave 3 to Bodhi.
Only 3?
Yeah, right? She is so selfish, you guys.
That is less than infinity crackers.
Right? What a monster.
That's less than all.
So, it's wedding time. Let's start with Adam. Describe your outfit. Lay it on us.
Fuck, I forgot all about that. Hang on. You haven't asked me to do that for a while, so I've totally forgot. I'm so sorry.
All right, should we start with somebody besides Adam then?
No, it's fine. I've got it up.
All right.
Borrowing from the tourney outfits that I didn't wear out. So yeah, the short one. So yeah, he's deliberately start with someone else. Sorry.
Okay.
My brain has just totally gone. Blah.
No problem. Felicia, it looks like your mouth is full, so you go next.
Hey, are you one of my waiters?
You're still muted, babe.
Well, because I wasn't expecting to be the next one.
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
Let's go oldest to youngest.
Fine.
In character.
It's still me.
Yes.
Or I'll propose an alternative. We can go people whose names are most similar to Rhaegar, and then go down the list.
Robert wins.
Robert Frey, I guess, and we can see what he's doing.
All right.
Anyway.
Does anybody have
Oh
their
my gosh.
outfit ready and want to go first?
Sure, I'll go.
All right. Thank you, Erica. You're responsible.
I'm getting some extra mileage out of that awesome dress I was wearing before, and I'm going to throw the picture back up. So it's kind of like a little bit more Dornish in style, and then it has like some over-the-shoulder, sort of like, not loose, but kind of flowy pieces that go down to like a cinch along the waist, and then there's a really fancy thing that goes down from the waist that's like open for the legs, and flowy.
Floaty.
Yeah, I'm just using that word a lot. The picture's up on the screen so you could see it if you're looking.
Yeah. And is it that color, that gray color, or is it like a Nymerian color, or what do we got?
Yeah. So like the dress part of it is more of like the dark crimson, and the braided stuff in the front. All the lace work is like a silvery color. Yeah.
All right. So Reyna is looking very Dornish at
No,
this Riverlander.
Bela is.
Bela is looking very Dornish at this Riverlander wedding.
Yeah.
So Reyna, are you ready to go?
I had an outfit picked out, and then I forgot which one I was going to use.
Okay. Luke, are we ready
Yeah.
to go?
Unless I'm completely off base here, and it's not appropriate, I'll be dressed very martially. I'll be wearing my half-plate armor as a knight. I have replaced the inset dragon motif, which was in pearl, with emeralds as a nod to House Tolan.
Okay.
Rather than that, it's kind of fancy half-plate armor with the dark red leather underneath it.
Sure. And you can get away with that as a knight. It's still a little unusual, and it may be taken as an insult by Walder Frey.
Although, to be
I think that
fair,
you both
almost
feel-
anything can be.
Right. But,
And this is like me being paranoid out of character. I just figured that he'd dress in the nice thing he owns, which is half-plate armor.
Okay. All right, then. We are down to either Reyna or Adam. Who's readiest?
I'm probably ready-est. Okay.
Oh, I will have only my like regular side arming sword on me, not like a fucking spear. That seems a little over the top.
Okay.
Okay, I'm trying. I keep going back and forth on how Dornish I want to be, but since Bela went pretty Dornish, I'm gonna do it too. Uh, actually, this is the one I want. Okay. I don't know how to share this except as a link in chat, so that's what I'm gonna do. But this is a rather, for her, simple gown. The colors, instead of the pretty blue, which are very pretty, is very pretty.
Oh, I like that.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
It's
I like the
backless.
weird like half strap on one side. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. And the back is, I mean, it's backless. I know that. I can tell by how low the halter goes down on the back front. and the color is going to be, it's like our wine color. See how it's kind of ombre all the way down. It gets lighter towards the feet, and the cool like line work that almost looks like armor. That stuff where it's gray is actually gold.
Gotcha. So that's the red and the gold. Cool.
Yeah. And the gold, is a nod to me and to I just went blank on the name of the place
Cersei Lannister?
on the name of the place where I'm gonna get married.
High Garden?
Where they're all into like green and gold and
High Garden?
High Garden.
Reach. There we go. All right.
her hair is up, however, and she has a cool piece of back jewelry going on that's like new and it kind of looks like this, only less like a snake and more wyverny.
All right.
It also is
Second
gold.
picture.
Ah,
Cool.
nice.
That looks really uncomfortable to me for some
Well, hers is not
Like, I
all
think
one
this-
piece.
reason. Okay, I was like, it feels like having
Yeah,
one piece back there would suck, but
it's like a
Wow.
it's like a herringbone, like a herringbone chain.
Ah.
A little give to it,
cool. All right,
Oh,
then.
nice.
right?
That's lovely.
And that leaves Adam.
Yeah, and I got my shit together eventually.
All right,
So,
lay it on us.
Yeah, Adam has dressed in a blue and purple color scheme, Westerosi style lambswool doublet, featuring his personal sigil over the heart.
Wow.
With the same kind of color scheme for the breeches, and the doublet's embroidered with a meandering silver thread pattern based on peacock feathers, with fine black calfskin high boots and delicate silver jewellery set with moonstones. Part of his colour choice is because he awoke alone this morning to find a pressed deep violet snakewood thistle left next to the bed inside a copy of Archmaester Harmon's Etched in Stone, a book about ancient stone carvings found in the Vale, signed LC in a fine, sharp hand.
Oh, I think it's awesome.
My heart, right? Like,
See, Felicia, I can be romantic.
to Adam.
Exactly.
So yeah, and Sir Lynn Corbray is there at the wedding. Of course.
Adam's like deliberately.
LC, Lord of Casterly Rock, Tyrion.
Adam is deliberately not going to like give him a second glance because he remembers what happened to Maya Stone. So he's not going to be rude, but he's not going to be like moon-eyed or anything.
By the way, no, keep going. Are you done? I'm sorry.
That's right. Like yeah, he's like, yeah. So he's like basically deliberately trying to sort of project an image of poise and power and unbotheredness, but with probably as a reverse psychology thing of please look at me.
It's like, look how cool I look.
Yeah, look at me not caring if you look at me.
Look at me not caring.
So, uh, the ceremony is in the Great Hall. Somewhere about an hour earlier, just all the got like dragged off to the sides by the host of Frey men. Not counting Lord Walder, of course. He just stood there. And then, um, as the guests are kind of brought in and arrayed in rows, standing to watch the ceremony, a Septon comes up. He's I don't know, maybe 45, perhaps 50. Just a stout, kind of red-faced Riverlander-looking fellow, little ruddy skin, hair going salt and pepper. Looks lowborn instead of somebody that took to the faith of noble birth. Uh, and he's in fairly plain homespun robes, but then has on like a stole. Isn't that what it's called? Like the thing.
The vestment?
Yeah, right. Like yeah, the vestment that's pretty fine. And then you see Sir Vannon, who is wearing the brown and black that he has adopted as like base colors. Brown from House Bracken, black from House Blackwood. And then the sigil that he is adopting is the horse of House Bracken with a raven's wing from House Blackwood. So it's essentially a Pegasus, which is not terribly dissimilar to what some prior bastards of House Bracken have done. Albeit that time it was with dragon wings and disastrous results. I'm sure everything is going to be fine.
That's probably going to be good.
Yeah. So he's looking very stiff and uncomfortable in a formal high-collared thing that he just looks continuing nervous and unhappy in. Then there's a small murmuring as the crowd parts, and you turn back, and there is Tita the maid in a pretty, not super fine, but pretty and clearly new blue dress, and she's wearing a cloak with the Frey sigil and colors on it, and she is being led up the aisle by Lothar Frey, her eldest brother, is giving her away instead of Lord Walder, who is seated in his throne at the other side of the young couple getting married. He's just like, I've got a perfectly good chair. Why would I leave it? I'll be sitting here when the feast commences. I may as well just sit here throughout. Right? He's just pulling the whole Lord of the Twins. I want to sit here, so I'm sitting here. And Lothar is not particularly comely. He's not terribly fit. His eyes are a little close set. He's got a pointy little spade-shaped beard and a twisted leg. You hear a couple of the Freys who are luckily on the other side. Like, again, there's kind of a traditional split, bride and groom. Snicker, Lothar the lame. It's going to take him all day to walk tight up the front, right? And just, being little Frey assholes about it. And that's the adults. Like, it wasn't like little Walder and big Walder. Like, that's his brothers and uncles.
Jesus, these people are such assholes.
Yeah, they're not great. For the record, little Robert Frey is standing next to Lady Alisane, on the groom side of the room. He is not
Good.
standing with his family.
Good.
And he's, yeah, looks like he's got the excuse that he needed and the confidence that he found deep in his belly to stay with the lady that he is squiring for instead. Um, Lothar leads Tida up to the front, and then he has to strain to reach a little bit because they're like up on a low, like the next layer of steps up is where the couple and the Septon are, and you hear like an excited intake of breath from the Frey side of the room, like they're hoping he's gonna fall, but he doesn't, and he manages to pull the cloak off from his sister, leaving her exposed, wearing just this plain blue dress without any sigil. And for the next few moments, she's formally not under the protection of House Frey and isn't yet under the protection of Vaden. So as he pulls the cloak off, the Septon gives Vannon a nod, and his eldest half brother, Brendan, sorry, his eldest half brother in attendance, because technically some of the Kettle Blacks are his half brothers, I guess.
Right.
But Brendan offers him a cloak that is a fairly simple gray affair, and as Vannon swirls it up and over Tida's shoulders, you can see his sigil on the back, and she gives him kind of a grateful smile as she turns sideways, like she was facing the Septon until now. And she turns sideways, and Vannon sees her face for the first time as she's taking this cloak and settling it into place. And you guys can see a profile shot, and she doesn't look terribly freyish. She is a not a remarkable beauty, but she is an attractive young lady. She has a few small flaws. She's not runway model gorgeous or anything like that, but she is not got the pinched rat face or any other clear Frey lack of grooming, etc., etc., etc. So she's a perfectly comely young lady, and Vannon actually like lets out a bit of a relieved sigh, uh, and then
dear.
returns her and then returns her smile with some warmth, and reaches a hand out, and he holds her hands in his, and the Septon gives them a nod, and in unison, the two of them begin to speak, and they say, "Father, Smith, warrior, mother, maiden, crone, stranger. I am his/hers," right? Like they're both saying his. So, I am his, and he is mine. From this day until my last breath, I pledge my love, and I take you for my lord and husband/lady and wife. And then the Septon kind of tilts his head upwards a little bit and takes in a deep breath, and then formally announces, "Under the eyes of the seven, I hereby seal these two souls, binding them as one flesh and one heart until the end of their days." And then Vannon pulls his young bride in for a smooch. They smooch with church tongue, which is just right?
Yes.
Like the way to say it. So perfectly appropriate, but a rather enthusiastic kiss. And we're gonna cut to the cheering crowd turning into a dancing crowd, as there is dancing throughout the feast. In a matter of 10 or 15 minutes or so, the tables are rearrayed in a little different setup. So there's a big open dancing area between the rows of tables and the front of the room where Lord Walder is still sitting. As all the hustle and bustle happens, he just stays and points occasionally. And yeah, there's a couple folks dancing, and the feast commences. And this is an actual feast. It is not a dinner at the Red Keep or an Ash designed this menu feast. But there is a watery leek soup that's generous with the salt and the pepper. There's a salad of fresh green beans, sliced onions and beets, and some shaved sharp white cheddar. There's river pike poached in almond milk, mounds of mashed turnips and mashed potatoes with butter, jellied calves' brains, that local delicacy, and then a beef stew rich with garlic and with dumplings and potatoes, providing some body to the affair. So it's not bad, right? Like it's not super fancy, but Walder Frey legitimately feeds the guests.
Right.
And there are, again, a good number of guests. Everyone's men-at-arms are outside, but here at the feast is Orain Waters, who did decide to show up after all, Lynn Corbray, Tyrion Lannister and his aunt, Gemma, Sir Lau Crakall, the Strongboar, Cleos Frey, who is a son of Gemma, so a cousin to Tyrion, and Lionel Frey, who is another cousin Tyrion that's wed to Melissa Crakall, who is currently whirling and dancing with the Strongboar. There's Sir Stevrin Frey, Ryman Frey, Enos Frey, Rhaegar Frey, Hostine Frey, he's the Crakall one. Merritt Frey, who's another Crakall one, just a little bit smaller. Black Walder Frey, who is standing at the edge of the dancing area with his arms crossed and just kind of glaring at a few of the couples. And you remember that you have heard the occasional rumor from Robert on the way up here, as he was kind of trying to keep you guys in the loop, that a lot of them say Black Walder Frey has slept around with a lot of his uncles and great uncles' wives, because again, they're actually of an age. Remember, Black Walder is a great grandson to Lord Walder. Like he's, despite being a man in his like 40, he's a great grandson, you know. But rumor is that Black Walder has just kind of taken more than a few of their wives and then dared the husbands to do anything about it, and fought a few duels that way. So he looks like he might just be sizing up women he's gonna try and take tonight or something. But he's just got this like glare as he's watching the dancing couples, and it's not like a Stannis glare, like how dare you have merriment, right? It's just a like a hungry look. And then Walder Rivers, the eldest of Lord Walder's bastards, who is wed, is also in attendance. Big and little Walder Frey are scampering around, getting up to some mischief. And you're joined by the lords and heirs of House Hay, House Viprin, House Charlton, and House Aaronford. And it's okay. The Blackwoods and the Brackens remain the biggest problem, however. And
What a
distinctly,
surprise.
it's a bit of an issue in here with just the lords and families, right? No men at arms, because that leaves the Blackwoods kind of outnumbering the Bracken men, though a few of the Blackwoods are quite young. So the glaring continues because the men of fighting age of both sides are still about the same in number. It's
Is
Lord.
I'm sorry. Which side outnumber which side?
There are technically more Blackwood men, but some
Okay.
of the two of the Blackwood men are like 12 and 13, right? So it's
The brackets are a little
realistic-
outnumbered, but the actual fighters are about even.
Yeah, so it's Lord Tydos, and then his sons Brendan and Lucas, who are both knights, and then it's Hoster, the big bookish 7 foot tall but nerd, and then a few boys of squire age, 12 and 13, and then it's Lord Janos Bracken, with his you know comparatively broad, thick build, um, along with his bastard son Harry Rivers, and his nephew Henry Bracken. So it's like kind of say 4 against 3 of actual fighters, but then they've got a few squires on the side of the 4. Um, so there's lots of glares still. Several of Lord Janos Bracken's daughters are dancing. Uh, little Robert Frey grabs a couple, not at the same time, but he very gentlemanly dances with a couple of Lord Janos's girls,
I
trying to
think I
keep
will.
everybody in a good mood. And
I think I will also dance with one of them.
okay. There's a Barbara and a Jane that are both of age with you, and then there's Catelyn, Bess, and Alisane, ranging from 13 to 6. If you wanted to go in a pointedly non-offensive, you, you know, cute
Um,
grown-up, cute grown-up dancing with little girl vibe instead.
yeah, I think I will dance with one of the girls of age. Nothing, super intimate by any means. Just
Proper courtly dancing and
yeah, very very proper. A, it's kind of expected. Then B, just have a body on that side, just so they. If that helps a little bit, maybe.
sure. Um, so yeah,
I'm
things.
kind of watching it cautiously, but I'm also like, oh, no one's meeting at a wedding, but just in
Yeah,
case.
and the
And it's an
music.
excuse to go, and dance with some girls.
Yeah, and the music is coming from a sort of high catwalk area that goes like the second floor of the castle has this like walkway, um, and there's a railing and stuff, but it's kind of a floor above you lot, is where the band is, and they're playing up there, and an assortment of cheerful tunes appropriate to a wedding, and uh, Lord Walder is looking somewhere between smug and satisfied. Like there's not many grandkids and great grandkids underfoot ruining anything, or whatever. Like everyone seems to mostly be behaving. His guests are eating his food and as such are further in debt to him. He just married off uh, one of those girls. You're not sure if he knows for sure that Tida is literally his daughter instead of a granddaughter or whatever.
Off track
But
of.
she is. She's the fourth of his daughters. So, um, he's marrying Vannon into the main, you know, bloodline, and her. Remember that Tida's mother is or was Alyssa Blackwood. So it's Blackwood on both sides, and then some Bracken. So so yeah, like he just is sitting up there and not being openly awful or rude or anything. He's just kind of enjoying the merriment secondhand. He's occasionally uh, acting like his table isn't up a level on some stairs and like just reaching over to paw at his young wife's thigh, and stuff like that. But like the tables are up, so like everybody can see it, which is, and maybe he knows, maybe he doesn't. He doesn't seem bothered either way, and of course she's a meek young thing that just kind of accepts it. So he seems to be in a good mood. Uh, Tyrion is, drinking and having a good time. He's not dancing with anyone or anything like that. He's just kind of he and his aunt Gemma are just sitting together and talking and laughing. Orain Waters is nowhere to be seen.
Of course.
Not sure where
What a
he's
surprise!
gotten off to now. And you guys haven't seen Philea in a while, but like there's supposed to be food and stuff out in the yard for the men at arms and the other small folk. And yeah, it seems to just be a fairly pleasant feast.
What were the two older girls? What were their names again?
Of Lord Janos Brackens.
Yeah.
Okay, it's Barbara and Jane are 20 and 18ish, so
Okay.
fairly close to your guys' age.
I will take turns dancing with both of them politely and just being in that area.
Okay.
Unless they do
Yeah.
something else. I mean, I'm not going to kidnap them.
Yeah, and they are fine dancers. The Brackens are a prominent.
No,
house
you
in
got to
the
be over
Riverlands.
here.
They're wealthier and have more land even than the House Tully. So his many daughters are well raised and know how to dance and fine courtly manners, etc., etc. The youngest of them, Alisane Bracken, who is sick. Is 6. There we go. It's a whole different word. You put the right letters in there, Rusty. It means a whole different thing.
All right.
Alisane Bracken is 6, and she was last seen dancing with little Robert Frey, but now little Robert is over there standing between the two Alisanes. And Alisane Mormont is telling stories about the first wolf she killed with just a little woodcutting axe, and Alisane Bracken is like, she's like listening with rapt attention,
Giant woman.
and so they're hanging out, and it's just it seems like everyone's doing pretty okay. There's still some glares from Brackens and Blackwoods, but so far everyone seems to just be enjoying the feast. So anyone else got any particular plans for feast night?
I do not. I'm here to have a good time, but not such a good time that there's trouble.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's definitely the overall plan for Adam as well. Would definitely want to spend some time with little Robert and Lady Alisane. Would want to hang out with Tyrion a bit more because he's cool. Hang out with his siblings because they're also cool. If he's asked to dance, he won't say no. He's passable at it, just not super fast and athletic. So if he's invited to dance, he will do it, but he's not going
Right.
to make a point of asking anyone else.
As the three of you are standing there while Luke is dancing appropriately, there's no
Appropriately,
grinding
but
on
he is throwing the charm on.
Sure. You are approached, the three of you, by Lucas Blackwood, the second born, who had recently had the tourney. And he walks over with a young girl on his arm. She looks 9, maybe 10. And he gives you...
This can either be very sweet or very creepy, depending on where it's going.
and he gives a bow, and she gives a curtsy to all three. And then Lucas looks kind of stony-faced and formal. And he says, Lord Adam, I wonder if, as Sir Lucaris is busy, you might do my house the honor of dancing with Bethany, my eldest sister.
Oh, it's adorable, after all.
That's quite sweet. I mean, Adam will be surprised at being asked that, but he will give a polite nod and say, I'd be delighted to.
She gives a dainty little 9 or 10-year-old curtsy,
Oh,
and then she knows how to dance. She's not super great at it. She's 9 or 10 years
That's
old.
that's probably a good match as a dancing partner for Adam because he's also just okay at it.
And at her age bracket, they don't have a ton of skill points to spend yet, but fine. So she's shorter than you, which probably kind of balances out a little with the the leg issue, and yeah, she is a perfectly charming little girl that is occasionally shooting glances past you towards the Bracken contingent.
Okay, does that look like is she looking wearily?
Maybe a little smugly. Luke is dancing with a Bracken, and now she's also dancing with an Imerian.
Oh, I see. So a little bit competitive then. Okay.
And then about 15 seconds after those two whisk off to the dance floor, Lucas gives another bow to Reyna. He says, I wonder, my lady, as my father already danced with your sister this morning, if I might have your company on the dance floor.
What a charming invitation. Lead away, sir.
And he is a fine dancer. You remember he did pretty okay in the tourney, and it would seem that his swordsman's grace and highborn courtesy carried to the dance floor. The Blackwoods do follow the old gods, but they are still a courtly house of high blood and lots of wealth, etc., etc., etc. And they are Riverlanders, not Northerners, after all. So their dancing is just fine. It's standard Westerosi fare, nothing daringly Dornish, but he is just fine. And hey, Bela, about 30 seconds after Lucas hits the dance floor with Reyna, Sir Henry Bracken, nephew to Lord Janos, approaches and clears his throat from the other side of you. And then he gives you a very polite bow. He says, Lady Bela, as you danced with my cousin Harry this morning, I wonder if perhaps instead of sparring, you and I might be a bit more civil. And he gestures towards the dance floor.
And you said it was Sir...
Sir Henry.
Sir
Henry with a
Hendry.
D.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would love to, Sir Hendry.
And he gives you another bow and then takes you out on the dance floor. And unmistakably, by all four of you, as you're going through the courtly pattern stuff, your dance partners are like glaring at each other, right? Like they're all looking smug, like, well, I've got the youngest one and he's not betrothed, so maybe we're gonna end up engaged after this. I'm 10, right?
I'm 10.
Or I've got the handsome oldest one, the only knight in all four of them. Or I've got the heir. She's betrothed, but she's the heir. Or, right? Like, well, mine is...
bless you, you
Yeah.
poor misguided girl.
And Henry's glare is smugly saying, well, mine is called the Sand Spear. There are songs about her. Those other three haven't beaten up Kingsguard nearly as famously. And, right, like, they just all are clearly, like, glaring at each other and occasionally glaring off to the sidelines, where Lord Tydos and Lord Janos are looking like dads watching a Little League game.
Wait, do they seem fed up, or they in it? They're like kill him, or are they like this shit again?
Yeah,
They're both just looking like, all right, things are fair, but that's okay. We'll find a way. We'll up the score, right? Like they're just kind of glaring at each other and then glancing at the dance hall, glaring at each other.
Oh, great.
So I don't remember. What's the fucking problem here?
It's like nobody remembers what the original feud was about. It's gone on. It's literally gone on for centuries, and they've occasionally there've been a few uneasy pieces, but like they break out into war again eventually. But yeah, like, I don't think
equal in nobility.
Yeah, I don't think there's like a canon like this is what caused it.
There's just lots of them. As Lucas explains to Reyna, the feud is going back since the Brackens poisoned the weirwood at Raventree Hall. Ooh. And you are Dornish, and those far south may not understand, but this was essentially striking down our gods and ruining the temple in our hall. And as it's explained to Ray, or no, Raina's with Henry, right? Yeah. So as
No,
Sir,
no,
or
but
sorry,
Bayless with
Bela,
Hendry.
yes, as Henry explains to Bela, the feud had truly died down, and all would have been well, except that Lady Agnes led an army against Lord Lothar Bracken, and this reignited things. And it is explained uh, from the Blackwood. Little Bethany Blackwood explains to Adam as they are twirling that that war needn't have escalated like it did, and the Lady Agnes, who was leading her very own army in the field, was attacked from behind by the forces of Lord Lothar, who refused to even meet a lady head on in the field. But then she hears the Brackens like to attack all manner of people from behind. Just normally it's boys, not girls. She probably has no idea what that means. You can just tell that she's like heard the insult her whole life, right?
Yeah,
Uh,
but like, like Adam, who didn't ask, is just gonna be like, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh wow,
uh,
that's fucked up.
and you will hear that uh, Alisane Blackwood slew Sir Amos Bracken at the Battle of Burning Mill, striking with archery from afar.
That's rough.
Oh, but then you hear that was only because Sir Amos slew Sir Samwell, and not in an honorable duel. So Alisane Blackwood was avenging her brother. And then you hear, but also an attorney in King's Landing, not too terribly long ago, Sir Otho, the brute of Bracken,
Oh yeah,
slew Lord Quentin in the tourney field. And blah blah. Right? And you guys,
yeah.
everybody hears reasons, and
Were
then a
we there?
dancer.
All right.
No, that was a different. This was a long
Different
time
one,
ago.
okay.
Yeah.
Do
So
my dance partners bring this shit up?
yes, each
I
of you
want to.
hears one from someone. Like think of it as a
I tell you
jump
what I
cut
like to do.
in a rom com, right?
Yeah,
Like one of you hears it,
Right, it's
and then
one
it jumps
narrative,
to the
but from
next, right?
every point of view, right?
I'm just
Yeah.
I did the heroic, I did the evil. So what I like to do is, I don't really want to get dragged in the middle of a century's conflict nobody remembers the origin of. So I'm going to be as charming and seductive as possible. I want them to talk about me, not this bullshit.
Yeah.
All right,
Adam-
make a seduce roll.
I have been waiting for this since the game started.
All right, get those dice ready. While he's assembling that die pool, how is everyone else trying to defuse it and keep their partner cool? And what dice do you have on hand? So let's go. Adam. Next up.
Adam is definitely going to be very even-handed, but he's not gonna like call any of it out. He's just gonna be like, I think he would probably lean on that it's a shame that like old rancor has endured so long, and like, you know, insult has been answered with more insult, and that's a pity that neighbors should be able to work out their differences and coexist in peace. Like he's going to like try and be like, I guess,
So let's call it.
charming and statesmanly and careful about it.
You have charm or convince.
He's got both about the same. I think they're the same.
Pick whichever one you want.
They're functionally the same for him. So
Okay, let's go with convince then.
yeah, I think convince. Yeah, I think convince is probably right because he's kind of trying to like maybe kind of nudge her to maybe not parrot this stuff quite so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right, get those dice ready. Bela, what? Yeah, well, just get ready, roll them. I'm not asking for totals just yet. So roll and be ready with a total when I ask.
Dragging the suspense along.
So Bela, how does Bela try to defuse it, or does she? She's like, yeah, fuck those guys, right? Or, or just like, what's Bela up to with her dance partner?
Yeah, I'll bring up how there there can be two sides that have not liked each other for a very long time, and that reminds me of Dornish and the Stormlanders and our very troubled history for a while now. And until recently, when there was some trouble finding some bandits, and I led a whole army comprised of both Dornish men and Stormlanders, and we fought together and we got along, overcoming some really bad history between our people in order to accomplish some greater goal for the benefit of everyone. And that
Okay.
it really helped, bring people together.
By the way, I want to
Right.
explain it. This is such a brilliant strategy. The way she is using, like we hate each other too, but we're on the same side now. I love it.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That sounds
Really nice.
pretty convincing to me.
I know it's
Let's go
rough
for a
because my stat sheet is a lot better at bluffing, but this isn't a bluff.
She's being
so
honest.
yeah.
Gross.
This is
Yep. So let's go with persuade, convince, and then Felicia. You were with Lucas Blackwood, right?
Yes. And,
Okay.
and remind me of what sort of person this gentleman is.
He is a knight, maybe a year or two younger than you guys. He is the second-born, true-born son of Lord Tytos. He was perfectly polite and friendly, and
He
has
came, to,
been
he came to Wyvern's Rest, didn't he?
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
there for the wedding. Or
Yeah.
the turning.
for the
He
turning,
seems,
and yeah,
he seems okay.
he does seem more tense and formal and stuff like that here, with Brackens over there and his dad watching and his younger brothers watching and his big brother the heir watching it, right? Like he's definitely focused and like on duty now in a way that he wasn't down in Dorne. He is tall, as befits a Blackwood, which is part of why like Bethany can dance with Adam without much trouble, even though she's a girl of 10. They are just all of them tall. Yeah, Lucas probably has a head on you, and he's not super gangly like Hoster is
Hoster.
younger brother. He's filled in a little bit more. But yeah, you can tell again, like he's got that mask on, right? He's on duty. He's on the job
Game
here
face.
in a way that he wasn't before.
I'm gonna roll a d6.
Stab him and run away. That's always an option.
No, I have two different ways to handle this. One is similar to how Bela is handling hers, which is, anyway. And the other is I'll intimidate all the time.
Okay.
I didn't decide which is which though. Odds is the intimidate, and evens is the nice way.
Okay.
All right, it's the nice way. It's even. Damn it! I wanted to do the intimidate one.
All right. So the nice way sounds like gonna be angling for a charm roll,
It's not going to be charm. I mean,
or what kind of? What's
it doesn't
the nice
matter
way?
because all three of my persuasions are the same. I have charm,
Okay.
convince, and intimidate.
Well,
they're both one bonus.
mechanically, the numbers are the same, but I still feel like it.
But yeah,
Yeah,
like which
Like
how
how
they
they
using?
respond.
Yeah, the numbers are the same. It's just the vibe that changes.
Let's see how it comes out. You were recently hosted with us in Wyvern's Rest. Recently, but at the tournament for my little younger brother's name day, and it was rife with people who didn't like each other. And yet, when people tried to cause problems, we nipped that right in the bud. Because that's not what we're about. We're about creating alliances across old chasms that were built over old hurts. Because we're not those people.
That also sounds pretty convincing to me.
Okay.
Sounds a little more lectury than charmy.
Right?
So let's go with convince.
That's why I was leaning towards intimidate, which was going to be, I know you're only a second born, but you should know this. I know.
I like how
jeez.
you all have got with like historically we're stronger together than apart. I'm like, look at my pecs.
Like,
Yeah, I was waiting for your line that you had for Lord. Like, listen here, you little twink.
so, Luke, what was your role?
So I rolled pretty good. I got a 18, and I'm going to ask Blood of Valyrian, does that apply to this kind of persuasion test?
Oh shit, I forgot all about that.
Because that'd be another 2 if so to a 21.
Mine
believe
is. I think
it's
it's.
all.
I've got it written down.
Let me.
Plus two to intimidate and persuasion rolls.
So yeah, it's persuasion. It's all persuade. Which is a dumb thing because intimidate is a specialization of persuade.
Which is silly.
But yeah, it's just fucking RPG writers don't know what they're doing. So this was.
I hate all of them.
So we're talking a 21 on a seduce roll, right?
21. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, go ahead, Ash.
This is me interrupting them as we kind of talk about their bullshit and like pulling one close and being very courtly, but also just putting the charm and seduction on.
I just wanted to check, does Luke also have attractive? If you don't get to reroll ones.
No, I did get a 1, but it wasn't the dice I dropped.
Okay, it was just in case that it was relevant.
All right.
Well, question, but not in this case.
Okay. I'm just going in order now. Bela, with Henry Bracken, you were rolling convinced.
Yeah,
I think.
I have a 13.
13. Okay.
Which is good for me.
Reyna, was a convince with a
22.
Okay. And Adam.
Because I do get to reroll up to 2 ones. Right, that's decent. Okay, so that is 10, 20, 21 plus. I've got attractive, so I get something. Oh, that was a reroll.
Yeah,
Plus 2 from Blood of Valyria, 23.
Okay.
I'm sorry for letting you all down.
We got a 23, 22, 21, 13.
I wanted to add in there like some wording that I was trying to search for that I didn't see initially because I couldn't think of it. That what Adam's kind of leaning into is kind of subtly conveying to Bethany that she doesn't have to hate certain people just because her family does.
Okay.
As part of his subtext.
Okay. So let's start at the bottom and we'll work my way up. Oh no. Okay, so you got it. Man. For the record, Bethany Blackwood would have tied you if she got to keep all 4 dice. It was 6665.
Wow.
Like, this kid is killing it. But I decided as the youngest, she'd just have a bonus die instead of a cap. So she almost comes back with like straight up counter arguments and shit. But like it's she has to drop a die.
Yeah,
So
I would want Adam to like not like seem like he's arguing, but like just kind of gently like offering guidance, I guess, in a way.
Sure.
Like as a youngest with several powerful personalities in my family.
And what she comes back and she goes, well, I don't just hate them because I've been taught to. I hate them because they've wronged us so very many times. And then she just kind of sighs, but she stops. She doesn't keep going. And again, you're left with the feeling that it's kind of a rote memorization answer, right?
Yeah.
So she doesn't say it with like passion or conviction, and she
Yeah.
drops it. She stops.
Okay. All right. Okay. Like I mean, I had a small response for that, but it's like if it's
Yeah.
very clear that she wants nothing more said about it, then
Yeah,
like
we're just doing the one roll and then the resolution for each is what we're at. So you won yours. All right, Reyna against Lucas. You've got that. He's got that. During your rather stern talking to, his expression softens, and he is swayed either by your words, by the memory of the good time that he had in Wyvern's Rest, or just because his heart might not terribly be in it. And he just so, my lady, I apologize if my temper flared unnecessarily. Uh, and he's kind of stiff and formal with an apology. But your die roll did fucking trounce his. His dice were awful. If they always rolled like this, Bethany would be running the house. She had an 18. He had an 8. So his dice were bad. Yeah. Lucas Blackwood absolutely kind of softens and warms up, and
Well,
yeah.
Sir Lucas, you've been nothing but charming. So your apology is unnecessary.
And then you enjoy the rest of a dance. All right, Henry Bracken with Bela.
He doesn't know that he was one pip away from something way worse.
All right, we're gonna save his for last.
Oh,
Uh,
great. I'm sorry,
Great.
I failed you all.
And Barbara Bracken with Luke.
Should have just lied to him.
Good point.
We'll
Those
see.
guys are gay.
We'll see. I'm gonna roll the last one and then decide which order to take those two in.
Should have like, oh, it'll be okay if you just
Have you
like
heard
bygones
about
be
the
bygones. I'm sure they'll forget about it in time.
Yeah. So, against Luke's 21 on seduction, Barbara Bracken, who I gave a bonus die to resist a seduction roll because her dad's there. So I was like, let's call that a bonus die.
That's the most fair thing I've ever heard.
Like setting does play into it. So you still got the victory on her by a good 3 points. So no extra levels of success or anything. And she just eventually just kind of wistfully sighs and says, just so, sir. Either way, we shouldn't let the Blackwoods ruin another fine evening. Bat, 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 bat. And she bats her eyelashes up at you and leans in just a little bit too close on the dance. Nobody gets handsy or anything like that, but you seem to have successfully distracted her. Which brings us back to
Okay,
Sir
cool.
Henry Bracken and Bela. He beat you by 2.
I'm not too surprised.
Yeah, I mean you did perfectly well for for 3d6, no extra stuff. It was fine.
Yeah.
And it was a solid enough speech, everything, but he responds kind of stiffly, and I don't want to say coldly, but let's go with formally. And he goes, well, it's exceedingly rare for a woman to lead any sort of army here in the Riverlands. If you'll excuse me, my lady. And he just stops dancing with you partway through and gives you a technically polite and appropriate bow and then stalks off. And so the rest of you are left seeing smug little smiles on the face of your Blackwood dance partners, a pretty pout on the face of Barbara Bracken, and then a few jeers from Lord Titos, who looks rather smugly across the room at Lord Jonos, whose nephew could not even maintain a dance with a Nigerian, which leaves the Blackwoods up 2 points to 1.
Oh no, that starts the war.
And that's the general vibe that you guys are left with, as the dances then kind of peter out. It's towards the end of the song. By that point in the history lesson slash argument slash dance that all four of you were drawn into. So overall, House Blackwood won by 3 points worth of convincing type of stuff. So, but yeah, then nobody escalates. Like Brendan doesn't, Henry doesn't like walk across the room to get an axe or nothing like that.
Actually, speaking of those cowardly Blackwoods,
so yeah, the dancing then kind of peters out, and the situation was successfully diffused. Good job.
I have a lore question. Was there a betting when the wedding got finished, or did they skip that?
That comes at the end of the feast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it comes. I don't know. Maybe not even technically
Someone's
end of the
team.
feast.
But sometime after they've.
Sometime during the feast.
I'm just saying, if we are stripping Dana naked, I want to know.
You aren't, but the women will be. Yes.
Well, us as a group, not simply me.
So yeah, the dancing, at least that song kind of peters out, and you were all left to kind of drift back together in the middle. So you guys take if you wanted to all roll your eyes or commiserate or whatever.
Did you all have an enjoyable dance?
There was a little bit more of a lecture than I was expecting, but it was fine.
Oh, really?
What about you?
I think this.
Look at Erica's face. What do you like? You've got this like grouchy face on. Is that Bela?
Bela, is everything okay?
No.
So.
If you're going to stab me, Bela, no, I am wearing armor.
We had our own issues during the tourney, but they felt easier to manage than this one feud.
Did they do some Blackwood Bracken stuff? Is that what's happening?
Yes.
It was just like it rather dominated the conversation, and I can only speak to the interaction I had, but I got the impression that I was being sort of expected to
take a side. Yeah.
Did you explain how hot you were to them?
Is that what one does?
Well, I believe anyone with eyes.
I don't recall being taught that in our lessons.
We did not have the same lessons, brother.
Wow.
I suppose not. Clearly, I missed a trick.
It does seem that these Brackens, etc., are terribly obsessed with their feud.
Yeah.
They need some hobbies.
Hobbies.
That's, for legal reasons, that's a joke.
Wow. I mean,
it's a pity because they. I don't really see what we're supposed to do about it.
nothing. It's Fannon's job.
Yeah, I suppose that is his
Don't
problem.
don't tell him that. He's already got a lot of stress on him.
Man, I can't imagine why Van is stressed about all this. It's not like he's.
But Bela, tell him how stressed he is about this.
Pardon? I
We
haven't
spoke to
spoken to
Vannon
Vannon
earlier.
today.
Oh,
He
right.
was very stressed.
Well, I mean,
He
it was right before his wedding, so, and it's understandable.
Oh, thank you for explaining to me why he was stressed for the event you did not see, brother. I appreciate that.
Fuck you, Luke.
Oh!
You don't need to be rude.
But it was more than the wedding. It was all this shit. It was the Bracken and Blackwood stuff. They throw him in the middle of it. They want him to resolve it, I guess, or fucking just suffer him too,
Or watch him fail to resolve it.
Well, I mean,
and have a good, person to blame. I mean, either way.
but, I mean, he's still choosing to take that responsibility. So, I mean, he's a grown
Well,
man.
if you call it a choice, if your father tells you you're gonna marry somebody to solve an ancient feud, I mean, and running away is just gonna make it worse. Yeah, it's a choice, but it's a pretty shitty choice, right?
Well, some of us get given shitty choices to make.
Says the one of you that has not.
Right.
Well, I mean, my point was really hinging on that.
Yeah.
Some of us have more leeway than others.
I mean, right? I mean, it's
We're lucky.
It's understandable that like these thoughts are weighing on him, but what do you want us to do about it?
I want you to fix the world. That's what I'm asking you to do. I want you to do anything. I'm just telling you that he was concerned. He's basically a brother to me, and they're putting him in a rough position. A position I think he can handle. I think he can do this. It's just,
And
it wasn't just that he was getting married that he was worried about.
All right, that's fine. But all we can really do is be there for him if he needs us.
Yes, and then also, I guess, not start a feud at his wedding, which I didn't do. So we're succeeding.
I don't think any of us started a feud. The feud was already going.
Well, ignite, I guess.
Yeah, ignite. That's a good word.
The way you might ignite wildfire. We didn't make the wildfire, but we're dancing around it.
All right.
Yeah.
Although, Bela, did you step on any wildfire? You look very angry.
I'm gonna get some wine.
That is the most
Okay.
sensible thing in our whole conversation. Let's do that. Let's get drunk. We should be drunk for this.
Oh no, please.
No, that was an out of character joke. And a
Okay,
reference.
good.
That was not in character.
Good. Because that sounds.
It's not wrong, though.
You know, yeah, we can't really predict what's going to happen. We just have to do our best while we're here.
Actually, those Bracken girls were quite lovely.
I'm sure they are.
Or were they Blackwoods? Well, whatever.
I'm sure they'd love that. But
I think my attempt at neutrality rather annoyed Lady Bethany, but she's 10.
Neutrality is not always the best option.
Dad, what's she gonna do? Nothing.
She hires a faceless man to kill Adam, which is not, I don't think, a requirement to kill Adam, but that'd be funny if she did. Neutrality has its disadvantages at times, as useful as it can be.
Definitely, but I don't think that this is one of those times.
Yeah, I don't think picking a side is particularly useful, no.
No. I think it might be pertinent to try and be Dornish about this and try not to take any part in it. I'm not saying
Well,
definitely, it just might be.
We're taking little part in it. However, we are still friends of Vannon, and if he needs anything, we will help him. I will help him. I can speak for you.
We'll help him.
Yeah. I understand you're not saying we won't help him.
I'm just. It is occurring to me in the moment that I literally can't say anything right, so I'm going to shut up and fill my mouth with wine.
Well, I don't think there's a right thing to say is the problem. You want to say a thing that fixes the issue, but there isn't anything that fixes the issue.
It's almost like you listened when I was like talking to you about how you couldn't convince Iris Dannett to like you. You're saying the same things I said to you back then.
Okay. Iris.
It's a special thing.
It's a special way she hates me, and it's not the issue tonight. We don't need to talk about it tonight.
I don't know. I think I don't cares enough to hate you. I think she just sort of.
No, she does. You don't understand the position she was in and I were in, and what she might have had to have done. And
that's fair. But I mean, she and I do.
I would never even know.
And we do correspond, and you don't come up very often. I don't think it's a burning hatred of hers.
Well,
That's
cool.
Good.
It's good. Cool. Seven's blessing. The sevens bless her then, because that's the whole thing. Again, we don't need to bring it up right now. That's the whole thing.
I'm sorry to have inadvertently reminded you of a failure with a lady.
It's not that. It's.
I was trying to lighten the mood. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
It's that she's completely justified in her concerns with me, and I hate it.
Oh.
That's all right.
I need more wine now, so I will be going to get some of whatever watered down. Shit, our host is provided.
I suppose the good thing with it being watered down is like you can just pretend there's twice as much of it.
It's not as watered down as it has been. Like maybe he was stretching the inventory to make it to the wedding feast, like to make sure you then had it, but it's still not great. It's not a Nymerian red. It's not from the Arbor. It's not great. But it's not watered down. At least not noticeably so. So yeah, the Nymerian siblings are quite capable of grabbing some wine. Not terribly far from there, as you grab pitchers and refill, is Lord Tyrion, who is grabbing some wine and talking with his Aunt Gemma. For some reason, nobody's asked this heir to Casterly Rock to dance as a means of one-upping their rivals. So Tyrion's free. And then you've got your pick of Freys. If anybody wants to talk to any Freys, there's lots of Freys to talk to.
Oh boy.
So, who's got particular conversating planned, if anyone?
I do, but they're like kind of time specific. There's some conversations, not conversations, I don't know if I call them that, but there's some like interactions that Adam isn't going to initiate until like later on. But like he's certainly, like if the siblings are dispersing at this point, he will probably wend his way over to Tyrion.
Okay.
By the way, I want to point out, I'm doing the thing where I go to the wine and I down an entire glass and then refill my glass and then go back to everybody.
Okay. Does anybody have a conversation that they want to do before Adam talks to Tyrion? Are we good?
Sister,
Oh, okay. You two roll.
Sister?
did we bring any of those vials from our uncle?
There were vials?
Bela and pouty.
No.
She's salty.
I
Do you,
didn't
wait,
bring
you mean that,
anything from our uncle.
do you mean that special poison knife?
Oh, that uncle and those vials.
Uh,
I thought those vials were empty.
I just imagined Orn as a drug dealer, but I realized this was the opposite side of the family, opposite direction.
All the weed smokers in the room making eye contact, like.
are we plotting?
Not
Or
out
are you
loud.
just angry?
Yes.
Yes. Well.
No, just let me stew for a bit.
Fair. But, okay, yes. If it makes you feel any better, I have a gift for you.
Oh.
A gift
That
right now.
I don't have it on me at the moment, but I've been waffling on when to give it to you. But I would be glad to do so after we send off the happy couple.
All right. Well, you know where to find me.
It's a good one.
I just love how the answer to Bela's anger is the same as like an 8-year-old. Do you want a present?
No.
It's just like I'm ready to
You
bribe
want to go to McDonald's? We'll get a Happy Meal.
I just feel like that's Raina's answer to any of her siblings being unhappy. It's just like, you want something? It's shiny. Like she just starts pulling out coins and stuff.
Hey, buddy, you want some ice cream?
No, I'm more like giving it hopefully something else to have in her brain while she stews and brews.
Are there any mummers at this party? Like any actors that we could have do a
No.
little play? This place
Well,
is
there's not
terrible.
extra stuff.
No.
This party sucks.
Yes, it mostly does. It's
We're having mummers at my wedding.
I mean, that's why we need to purloin some alcohol and go make our own party somewhere else.
Make our own twins with blackjack and hookers.
Yes,
you guys did bring your own twins.
we did.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
did.
Okay, we just need the other two. We're good.
We brought twins.
I think you should be in charge of sourcing the latter. I'm sure I could probably do the blackjack.
Uncle Oren's here. We'll just ask him where he goes.
To Philea,
The
clearly.
castle staff.
Yeah.
Fillet.
Wherever he wants.
Such a cad.
All right.
He's kind of a cad.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of his whole character arc. There's no growth. Just cad. Just more cad. Bigger cad. Let's go to Adam and Tyrion then. At some point, the Lady Gemma demands that her husband, the Frey, dance with her. So she bullies him up and away and takes off, and Tyrion is left alone. Got your
And Adam
mark.
swoops.
All right, get those seduction dice ready.
Adam's whole deal is he just wanted a sexy aunt to get with.
Hold on. Adam doesn't have seduction dice. He's like, no, that's not what.
That's why he learned archery so well. He liked our sexy aunt.
No.
Is seduction under persuasion or is it
Yeah.
deception?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a subset of persuasion. Yeah, Adam doesn't have it. He's got charm, convince, and intimidation. And he only got intimidation because he successfully stared down the Corgals.
So Tyrion is available.
So yeah, Adam's gonna rock up and I guess if possible have nabbed a jug of wine or something on his way past.
Absolutely possible.
And just kind of
Provide it.
yeah, sort of hold it out and like not like in a kind of like I mean he knows Tyrion probably wants some of it, but he's just gonna offer to pour him some. My Lord Tyrion,
Adam,
can I refill your glass?
is that your wine or his wine? And he nods towards Lord Walder.
Well, I plucked it up from his table, so it's anyone's guess, I suppose.
So, fine.
Just to tide us over until we find something better.
Perhaps there's some at the bottom of this glass. Or sorry, I guess it's cup or goblet, whatever.
Yeah, it can be both. I mean, like there are glass things, but Walder might not have glass things and stuff.
But yeah.
For
So
us lot.
for all that he grimaces at the news, he cheerfully drinks up.
Well, I suppose that leads me to wonder where you found the good stuff earlier on.
That would be telling, which I normally don't do. But I get the feeling that you lot and your uncle do this sort of thing, so it was your uncle. It's rather piratical, that one.
Yes, that is definitely a word that can be used to describe him.
But fun in small doses.
I definitely don't disagree with that assessment.
And as we're not in the Westerlands, where I'm normally responsible for upholding laws and reputations and that sort of thing, it's rather fun. Any trouble he gets up to here is not my problem.
Well, I mean, that's the best kind of trouble, isn't it?
My father isn't warden, Lord Paramount, etc., of the Riverlands. So, yes, I can relax and drink his stolen wine completely guilt-free.
It sounds like you are living your best life, my lord.
The best one I can find. Alas, even here, all the girls are taller than me. Even your dancing partner. How'd you manage to find one so big while being so young?
Well, the matter was rather taken out of my hands. Lucas Blackwood brought her over and asked me, and I thought it would be rude to refuse.
Best not to, yes. You are a man now, which means he's allowed to stab you, I think.
Apparently so. People do like to remind me of that.
Which reminds me, you are a man now. So, I can stab you if you don't find some time to give young Joy a dance before the evening's out.
I see.
I'd rather
You are as cunning as you are charming, my lord.
I'd rather you than your brother, and I'd rather you and your brother both at once than your uncle. So,
Not the worst. Love it.
that is entirely fair. I will make sure that happens then.
thank you. My cousin is a sweet girl, and it seems that a hill isn't enough to get dragged into the famous Bracken and Blackwood feud to the point that she is worth a dance.
Oh, well, I mean, being dragged into that is overrated. I had my ear bent by young Lady Bethany about it. And, well, ancient and complex history is usually something I'm very interested in. It was rather a blindside.
I prefer my histories a bit less bloody than they do.
I confess I do too.
Imagine my disappointment when I heard that they're called the Teats just because it happens to be two hills people fight over. They do not look very much like Teats at all.
That must be so disappointing.
And they should know that Teats aren't for spilling blood. And it isn't supposed to be a village you put between them.
Can I high five him right now?
Right?
If I may make the executive decision that like he empties his cup at that moment, like Adam would be like refilling it, and to console you for your tragedy, just pouring more in there.
Indeed. And it's pretty enough countryside, I suppose. It's just if they're going to be fighting over it, why don't they call it the buttocks? since it's where they bugger one another bloody, or something like that.
I. Sorry, that's just going to be like. Hmm. Like, do I.
I don't know where to go with that.
Pizza for loving, not fighting.
I wouldn't possibly know, but I will take your word for it. But I mean, the buttocks would be a fine name for it too, I suppose. Although I don't believe I've set eyes upon them myself, so I couldn't assess whether they're more like teats or buttocks. This is
Well,
this is an odd conversation that I don't think I'm drunk enough for.
I suppose your childhood friend Vannon, erecting a tower between them, calling them the buttocks may spread unseemly rumors. Teats it is, I suppose. Did you see him at the wedding proper? He looked entirely relieved about the teats and buttocks and face of young Tita the maid. I think they'll be changing her nickname before too long.
She has a nickname?
Tita the maid.
Oh, I see. Well, that's I suppose what's expected. Yes. I expect that to be probably any moment now.
Not to worry. You and I are lucky enough to be spit upon most of the time for our various ailments and difficulties, but it means we don't need to help carry things. So we'll have to leave it to others to tote around a big heavy chair with a pretty young girl in it.
Yeah, I certainly am happy to leave that to others. Keeps the hands free for more interesting things.
The one benefit of certain drawbacks is a lack of being volunteered for manual labor. There are very few physical tasks that a Lannister finds himself volunteered for. But can you imagine me trying to help Jamie carry something? It's absurd. I have trouble enough lifting up the family name. Just ask my father. Or don't. He'll tell you either way. Glug.
I can't speak of my father or indeed yours. I have some knowledge of living under the weight of the expectations of an imposing patriarch.
But is your imposing patriarch famous for killing every man, woman, and child that looked at him sideways? I think your grandfather rerouted a river away from people rather than towards them.
Indeed, he rather took the long game of starving them over many years rather than killing them directly.
Yikes.
But he didn't starve them, did he? He just made someone else feed them. Drain on the ironwood coffers to make up for Lord Anders' poaching, if you will.
You know your history your Nymerian history far better than I expected you to.
Well, I'm a big fan of reading, instead of carrying things, mostly.
I am too.
But also instead of fighting and marrying and responsibilities of all sorts.
And, well, I find that certainly quite enviable. That's I think that may be some of what I like about you, Mother Tyrion, that you are living exactly as you please, and I envy that.
What I like about you is your absolute misunderstanding of my place in the world. To misconceptions, he raises his glass for a toast.
Yeah, I think Adam's not really sure what to make of that, but we'll go along with it.
And then he toasts again towards the happy couple and goes, and to conceptions.
Indeed. May they be fruitful and happy.
Hopefully both at once.
If the gods are good and one is lucky, yes. Not very many people get both.
They do not. But also, not many people get to dance with pretty young Lannister girls, even ones named Hill. So, I can't keep you here drinking all night.
No, of course not. And I would not want to keep you here drinking all night.
Not to worry, I can keep myself.
Well, it was a pleasure speaking with you, my lord, and I hope we will have occasion to talk about about history and all the things that we find in our books at some other juncture.
I'm certain that we shall. I think we'll find some time on the Gold Road. Out of character, fuck. I think it's the Gold Road. Don't worry about it. If it's the wrong road, we'll change it. But yeah, the road that you guys are going to be taking to head back down towards Cascley Rock and Lannisport.
That would be good. But for now, I have to. I have some joy to go find.
Joy.
He toasts you and wishes you luck. For her part, she is absolutely quiet and charming. She seems terrified of saying something wrong, you think?
Okay.
So she's very gracious and polite, but she is a bastard girl dancing with a trueborn, young lordling of a proud and noble house. And so she seems to be very careful. You get lots of like, yes, my lord, no, my lord. The dinner was fine, my lord, right? Like just very short answers. But she still somehow manages to be pretty charming about it. Like she's likable girl, kind of shy is the vibe you get.
Yeah, Adam will put a lot of effort into trying to put her at ease, even if he's not wholly successful. He's going to make sure that like any of her anxiety is not founded from anything that
he doesn't make it worse, at least.
Yeah, he wants to try and he's going to like be like extra nice to her.
You're an awful dancer. Bah! They call me a cripple. Bah! Right? Yeah, he's not just like, you should change your name to Sadness. Get out of here. Yeah, no, he's not.
Like, Adam wouldn't even be that mean in his head. Like,
I can't even picture Adam doing it. Just like,
yeah,
it just
totally.
doesn't work.
Like, it's just not in him to be that mean.
You're gross even for a girl. Yeah. Like, I just don't see.
Why does he sound like Skeletor?
That's the evil voice. All right then. Hey, Lucaris.
Yeah.
You're pretty sure that it's time to get some knights and squires together and go strip the bride. And,
A
toss her to her
standard
bedroom.
thing we do in weddings in Westeros. I did not invent.
Yes.
Also, sounds kind of fun. Let's go do it.
Hey, Bela. You're pretty sure it's time to strip Vannon and carry him off somewhere with a bunch of other women to fuck someone else. Wedding customs are weird. How much wine have I had? Kind of what's going through your head.
All right. Well, then I will start making mentions to other women present. And
I am
form a
similarly
group.
going to begin to form a. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over it. I will also do similar. Form a little conspiracy.
And as soon as 3 or 4 of either gender are moving together as a conspirational pack, the band takes up like a merry trill on a flute, and everyone kind of looks around and they see what's happening, and you guys' small packs turn into bigger trails, and before long, everyone is laughing and laughing uproariously, and laughing joyously, and soon enough, Taita the maid is stripped down and desperately, but good-naturedly, covering herself and fighting laughter as she's whirled around on a chair, and Vannon is a deep beet red, against his skin that has seen a lot of sunlight between living in Dorne and riding around in the Riverlands a lot. And so he is blushing furiously, and people are making all manner of ribald jokes about his black wood.
Oh my
And as the married couple is carried away by the crowds of cheering, laughing, roaring, drunken fools, uh, and then the door gets slammed shut behind them, and the suggestions commence
god.
as
Well,
people start yelling through the door, reminding Vannon where it goes, volunteering to help.
oh
Uh,
my god.
she's just a second cousin. I can assist, and you know, just yelling all kinds of stuff.
Wow.
Wow.
And
Strike true, Vannon. Strike true.
That's good enough.
and so before long, we are left with the feast dying down. Uncle Orain makes a brief reappearance, like out of nowhere. As soon as it started taking clothes off of people, you're just like, hey, there's another guy with silver hair in this conga line of stripping the bride. Where was he? But he's there. And looks for a moment like he's about to try and dart into their bedroom with them, but he doesn't. And then he just kind of saunters over near Tyrion afterwards and commences to drinking. Lynn Corbray seems to have vanished at
Fuck.
some point after the ceremony. He
Oh.
just went to go be Byronic elsewhere. As
Well,
he's
like, this is a problem because that was one of the time sensitive interactions that I was looking for. So-
he wasn't super obvious even during the feast. And you are definitely left with the impression, Adam, that he is avoiding you. Like, the few glances that you have shot his way, he has not shown any, like, interest or recognition that you can tell.
My
and
man,
it looks
he's
like
leaving
just
you
been-
on red.
Just looks like he's been going out of his way to, you know,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's hard to say.
I mean, right, okay, I guess I need to do a kind of, I guess, like an out of character check of like, is that a don't go looking for him, or is that a you may go looking for him?
Let's not go looking for him tonight, because there is still going to be a day or two of people
Yeah.
hanging around, and you're not
Yeah,
sure
okay.
exactly where his room is anyway.
Sure.
He
No, that's-
ambushed you at yours.
Yeah, no, I know, I
yeah.
know, I was there.
Yeah, just reminding you.
But no, like that's okay because like when Adam's not been like looking for his attention like actively, he'd been hoping for it, but it not actually. Yeah, and like if he had still been around, Adam was just going to kind of quietly be like, if there was a knock at my door tonight, I would not be against answering it. Kind of, just not like super keen, but like I'm available.
Baylor's just like, hey, do you have some soap? And he's just like, I'm coming! He goes running towards the door.
Up door opens, he's leaning seductively. Hello, Lynn. Bayla.
Oh,
What
wait,
do
this is
you want?
you.
Go away.
Yeah,
I mean, or whoever's out there.
Did you scare him?
his
Like-
plan was to like basically sort of I guess kind of like test where they're at, but in a casual kind of way. But if he's like actually disappeared, Adam's going to be a little bit put out, but he's not going to say anything about it.
Yeah.
Like his siblings may notice that he's a bit quiet towards the end of the evening, but like apart from that, he's not going to seem like there's anything desperately wrong or whatever.
I am definitely be laughing from the bedding ceremony. It was very fun. Lots of jokes, humor, unity, all the fun stuff.
You're like, oh, my favorite things.
Oh, I love the best stuff. Yeah, fucking good.
And so the feast winds down, and everybody heads to their chambers. No one gets any company this evening, but it is in very, very late night, very, very early morning, kind of that false dawn, right? Where it's just barely starting to light up a little bit, that you guys hear the horns blowing and the bells ringing, and some hollering from the walls and in the
Oh.
yard.
What manner of hell is this?
Oh no.
And it's an alarm, right? Type of like something is wrong.
I will rush out in my clothes with my spear.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
like, yeah. Adam would be rushing out in like basically like the what he can pull on quickly, with his bow and his sword, just in case.
okay.
You guys get to see Raina in her pajamas, which are floaty.
Yeah, like Adam will be like breeches, shirt, boots. That's it.
I mean,
Probably sword belt.
like she's wearing wispy clouds in a Renaissance painting or something.
Or like Bonnie Tyler's Total Eclipse of the Heart, like flowing
Just
organza curtains.
so
I'm definitely wearing some small clothes and a loose shirt.
just
I'm not
right
as naked as when I chased the
What's her face?
her name? What's her face? What's her face?
which time? Which what's her face?
You know which. I won't be drawn into this, Rusty.
Yeah,
Alright.
I think he means the red rose / thorn /
Yes,
vulture
I
queen.
Clearly.
Try to grab sword and shield, anything, or just imperiously storm into the hallway, demanding to know what's going on. Like what she.
Fuck. A sword.
Okay.
In pajamas.
It's better than no sword for a fight.
In night clothes. Yes.
Bela,
Um,
should just go like, not my castle, not my problem. Go back to sleep, or like.
no, if it's quick, I'll put on the gambeson over top and grab the spear.
All right. You lot storm into the hallway and kind of look around. Everyone is safe. Everyone is accounted for. And a few men-at-arms in Frey colors go running past you towards the main hall. It's not unusual to have pairs of guards just walking the hallways every now and then. You noticed some last night. And it definitely seems like the flow of traffic is there towards the main hall. And then it veers off. And instead, you're on the second floor, you go towards the main hall, and then it's out onto the ramparts that you notice, and a few other guests are moving also. You see a couple other guests in small clothes, some of them with weapons, some not. And then the lot of you are arrayed on the walls of the twins, and you look out, and you see the banners of House Vance of Atranta, and the heir, Ronald Vance, and then House Vance of Wayfarer's Rest, and you can make out the heir, Carl, with his birthmark, even at this distance, with the black dragon and the golden eyes of the Vances of Wayfarer's Rest. And you see the naked woman on a blue field that looks not terribly unlike several people on the ramparts right now, of House Piper, led by Mark Piper, their heir. Lord Lyman Goodbrook, not terribly far off. He was a guest at your home.
He was.
Is out there in armor with his banner in the field, next to the silver eagle on purple of Lord Jason Mallister of Seaguard. Near that, House Mooton of Maidenpool, led by Lord William.
Wow, this seems fucking serious. What the hell is happening?
Wow, that's a lot.
Someone's opened a 10 of Riverlands houses.
The Weeping Willow of House Riger of Willowwood,
I need to go put my armor on, I think.
And then you see the green and brown leaves on yellow of House Blaintree, the green, white, and yellow layers of House Butterwell, and then old Sir Quincy Cox, leader of House Cox of Saltpans, and then the Deadings, and then House Grell and House Keith, and House Lawliston and House Leicester,
So are we looking at an army?
House Page, House
The
Root,
Republican Army.
House Smallwood of Acorn Hall, and House Wayne. They're arrayed.
That's almost every other Riverlands house. Oh my god.
They are arrayed, and in the center of them, you see the banner of House Tully, and you see Lord Edmer Tully, the heir to the Riverlands. And yes, there is nothing to call this but an army. There's roughly 100 men. Tops out the acceptable travel escort for a lord or an heir, right? These guys have at least 200 apiece, so they're not bringing thousands apiece. Nobody's bringing their whole army, but arrayed not very far outside the walls of the Twins is this host with this row of lords and heirs in the front flanking Edmer Tully. And you hear the gates of the Twins shut as the last of the Bracken and Blackwood bannermen, having set aside their differences for
We found a common enemy.
for an
This is not what we
undignified
wanted.
scramble, make it inside, and then you hear murmuring and muttering from the confused and afraid people on the ramparts, and then you hear cursing as Lord Walder Frey shoulders his way through and then bashes off anybody that tries to help him once anybody's looking. And Walder Frey looks down from the ramparts, and Edmer Tully, the heir to River Run, looks up at him and says, "My apologies, Lord Frey. Are we late?" And we cut the episode.
It's very Edna.
What?
So, kind of looks like you guys are inside the Twins as it's about to be laid siege to by Edmer Tully and his
Oh, shit.
highborn friends in the Bannermen of House Tully.
I have so many fucking questions.
But yeah, I'm like, what the fuck has gone down? Because that came out of nowhere.
I mean,
You-
nobody likes the phrase, but come on.
See you crazy kids in a couple of weeks.
Bye, everybody.
So,
See ya.
the good news is everybody made it through the wedding just fine. Like I told you for months, everything was gonna be all right.
And that
The wedding would be
smugness was
fine.
just-
The feast would be fine. Everything was fine.
It's great. So this army,
Fuck.
So, we'll be back here in 2 weeks for another Sea of Spears Sunday. I'll be back here on Monday, Wednesday, Friday at noon. Between
miss
now
it.
and then, currently playing Hades. I just started my first ever Hades playthrough on Friday, after people have been raving about it for like a year. So that's been a good time. So come back Monday, Wednesday, Friday in the afternoon, and we'll be playing Hades this week. And yeah, then we'll see how this siege in the night clothes ends up. We'll see what happens. See how things.
Time for a new
Sieges, this
conspiracy
is gonna
wall.
take forever, so we'll have time to get dressed. That's how fucking sieges are.
oh yeah, I am immediately gonna check with fucking Bela, make sure she's awake, and then go put fucking armor on.
Yeah.
I don't know
all
what the
four of
fuck's happening, but
you- Yeah, all
Are we,
four
are,
of
we
you.
now in a, are we now in a race to see who can jank Walder Frey and toss him over the walls as quickly as possible?
hey, we're a neutral party. We're not part of this shit. We didn't come here to fight fucking
Listen,
Freys.
listen.
We're Dornish.
How many frays do we have to throw from the ramparts to make
I-
Robert Lord? And then we can talk about this.
I had a pleasant talk with Edmund Tully. We're kind of bros. I spoke to him once and asked him some war stories. So I'm gonna go hang out with him.
That's not Sir Brendan you're thinking
Yeah.
of.
Different Tully.
Oh,
This is Edmer, his nephew and heir, and heir to House
Did-
Deli. Yep, not the
Did-
blackfish.
all
Did
right. Yeah. I
Right.
can use it. Okay, yeah. I got
Great.
nothing, guys.
Yep,
I'm gonna go
Erica.
swim. I learned to swim in the river.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go swim the river and leave, like the Red Rose did.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Erica?
like maybe I bet Uncle Lorraine has got like a boat stashed somewhere.
Oh, he fucking better.
Erica, go ahead.
Did our entourage get in? Like
So did
like our troops and dragons?
yeah.
Okay.
Everybody that was camped outside, like so, they all made it in, and then the gates shut, and then
Okay. Yeah.
Lord
So-
Walder came.
Yeah, I don't want to get
came
into it. I just wanted to make sure
Yep.
that. Okay.
Yeah, all your people made it in, and then came the.
All right, yeah. I was hoping to have to ask this, but how many bodyguards did we bring?
Oh, you guys have
We'll worry
like a
about that
dozen.
next time.
Yeah, it'll be
Yeah,
fine.
the normal one.
So, we'll be back in a couple of weeks, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. I hope you enjoyed the wedding and the feast and the bedding, and we'll see what happens next.
Super.
Bye.
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 Bye.